Congratulations. Woo! What's up? How we doing, guys? Birdland right out of the gate. Drinking the water. Or rather, the tail end of my coffee. Hi! How's it going, chat? How we doing? What's up, Cheesy? What's up, Unknown? What's up, Bird? I love Birdland because Birdland never chats. Birdland just makes me drink water, which is like a very important thing. I'm not even saying that facetiously. It's great. Hey guys. Oh, how's it going? Nice mellow track there to start our nice mellow Feedback Friday stream. You have some story to share with the track for today. Oh, excellent. I love stories. I have some stories too. Funny, silly stories. Sorry I wasn't around yesterday. I am kind of in crunch mode, or was kind of in crunch mode, getting things wrapped up before I go out for the holiday next week, which is I will be out for most of next week. So yeah, I was just like doing some editing and finishing things up. But one of the other things that I was doing, my priorities are toast treats and streamer Tamagotchi watering. It's deeply appreciated, and I love that. I'm gonna have to immediately. I always forget to get water, so I will have to go grab.
Unknown 5 Mystery wants feedback on their song.
Cheesy. So your new website design. Just imagine the I am a Nathan Scott part to be akin to Steve. Oh no, ad stab for Unknown. So sad. Yeah, no, so I spent a non-zero portion of my day. Yes, thank God it's Friday. Agreed, D2. TGIF, a concept so universal we named a restaurant after it. No, I spent a good chunk of my day yesterday redesigning my website because I have a couple of leads on new games, one of which is very, very exciting. I'm really hoping I hear back on it. But I've been talking with Supertonic, our mod and #1 amazing supporter of the channel, who we love so very much. He is a developer, and he is going to help me with like a better, like more correctly put together website long term. But I just needed like something that looked nicer than what I had, because what I had before I did years and years and years ago, and was really I guess looked fine in like 2016 or 2017 when I set it up, but it was getting very long in the tooth. So I spent yesterday just kind of speed running pretend web design on Squarespace. And I posted this in the Discord I think in Brain Rot. But I got the site done and it was fine. And then I was just having a weird issue where when I actually tried to go to the site once I published it, it kept trying to redirect to the old version of the site, which I could delete it. And so I got on Squarespace's little support chat bot, because of course the little chat thing in the corner doesn't go to a real human being. Why would it? It goes to what I presume to be an LLM, an AI, chat service assistant. And I won't read the entire exchange, but go in the Discord and go into Brain Rot, and you can see the exchange that I had with it, which was simultaneously the funniest and most frustrating uh, thing in the world. It just basically, like, I said, hey, I'm having an issue with this like domain registration thing on my website, and it immediately responded with a completely unrelated like article on how to fix a Google form on your site. And then anything else I asked it, it just kept repeating, hi, I'm the chat assistant. I know all about Squarespace products and features. How can I help? Over and over again. It was very silly and very funny. But I did get the issue sorted. It was actually not even a Squarespace issue. It was a browser issue. So that was fine. But then I had another AI interaction yesterday that made me also laugh very, very hard, that I will show you guys whenever we jump into software, because I guess we could let's look at that now. And then unknown in a minute here, we will absolutely check out your track. Let me actually get that pulled up here as well. Hang on one second. 2 stories, one for Eclipse and one for Star. I see. Very good. Where is my form? No, so late last night, I was hanging out, vibing, sort of half-heartedly working on some live looping stuff, right? And I had kind of I was building a cool little kind of housey groove thing. And, but I had a few different ideas for chord progressions. And, I'm a big fan of classic, loungy house stuff. And I just had an idea because I've told you guys I've used ChatGPT a little bit recently, although I'm probably not even going to continue to use it for this because it's even bad at this. But I've been using it to help me write descriptions and tags for shorts. I still revise most of what it puts out because most of what it puts out is bad and unusable. But I have been using it a tiny bit just to kind of see what the deal is. What's up, Infested? How's it going? And so late last night, I was working on this little house track idea. And I was like, you know what? Just for grins, I'm going to ask ChatGPT, hey, can you give me a few ideas for chord progressions for a classic 90s, French deep house track, a Saint Germain kind of a thing. And of course, ChatGPT was like, absolutely, happy to help. And it gave me 4 chord progressions. The first 2 chord progressions, there was here's one that's super classic and Daft Punk uses it all the time. And here's a second one if you want something even spicier. They were exactly the same chord progression, just in a different key. It was a 6-2-5-1 in A flat, and then the same thing, but just in the key of C, which I thought was really funny. But it gave me a couple other, all of them were very bad and very generic and really you wouldn't use for house. They were all just kind of generic pop, really simple pop chord progressions. I was like, whatever. And then at the very end, it was if you want, I can generate you a MIDI file for any of these chord progressions. I was like, can you really? Fascinating. Sure, go for it. Generate a MIDI file for me. Give me, what's up, Super? How's it going, buddy? Give me a MIDI file, ChatGPT, for this classic house chord progression that you think I should use. And it sat there and analyzed for, I think, 8 straight minutes. And finally, it came back and it was okay, I've generated a MIDI file for you of one of the, and the chord progression was C minor, F minor, C minor, F minor, G dominant, C minor, which is not a chord house or a house that. You wouldn't use that in house. That is a fine chord progression for certain things, but you wouldn't use that in a house track at all. So that was the progression. I was make me a MIDI file of that. And it did. It made a MIDI file. And then I pulled up the MIDI file. This is what it generated. It is 12 bars with an extra 8th note of the note A, and then a bar of the note D. So this is ChatGPT's idea of a really great house chord progression. Let's hear it. Isn't this such a great progression? just riveting. I'm so impressed. Just incredible what this technology can do. It can just generate whole chord sequences. It's deeply, deeply impressive. So I used nothing that it said and instead built this little groove. Oh, thanks. Yeah, so we've got that's going to be coming for the live looping thing, and it is, I think, a very nice, very mellow house progression, which is E flat major 7 to C, or sorry, E flat major 7 to C major 7. Listening through my phone, busted phone speakers until it's fine. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'm pleased with it for sure, and it's a really fun progression to solo over, because like we were talking yesterday about all the like different music theory stuff, and we were talking about modal interchange, right? This idea of modal interchange, and this chord progression is an excellent example of that because you can look at it as being in the key of E flat and then borrowing from the key of C, or other way around. You can look at it as in the key of C, but borrowing from like the parallel minor. But it's super fun to solo over. Like, yeah, it's a super, super fun chord progression. So very simple chord progression, but that's like real good house shit. Been wondering for a few days, is there a genre I absolutely would not touch? That's actually a really good question. No, not really. I mean, there's stuff that I just am not really very interested in producing because can we put the link to the feedback form in pin messages because it's easier to copy it on mobile. Yeah, super. Do you mind doing that for me real quick? And that's actually a good idea just because it's Feedback Friday, so that people can do the thing. That would be great. Thank you. There's genre, like especially like trap, like really like modern rap stuff I can produce and I have produced. I'm just not very good at it because I don't, it's not a genre that I really listen to at all. It's not a genre that like, and it's a very specific like style of production, like modern raps that like, Travis Scott, like, kind of anything in that wheelhouse. And it's very like, it's a very trend driven genre, that and like modern R&B, real like radio chart topper type stuff. It's just all so trend driven, and it's all very like of the moment, like who's the hot producer right now, what plugins are they using, What's the hot like vocal chain that everybody's doing for ad libs? And so the guys that I know who do work in that space, they're constantly like reading and like, scrubbing social media, and they're subscribed to all these producers and watching content from all these producers and like learning all their tricks. Like every single day it changes. And your clients always want, it's right now is like Lil Uzi Vert's vocal chain. It's like what everybody's using, and that's what everybody's going to use for 12 more minutes until the next thing happens. And so it's a lot of like keeping up with the Joneses in terms of production techniques. So it's like, if somebody came to me and was like, hey, I want to do a record like this and I want you to produce it and like put your spin on it, I'd be happy to. But it's not the kind of stuff that I go out of my way to get for work. Because I definitely have like a vibe as a producer, and my vibe is very like, honestly, driven very much by like 90s sounds like this. Like this is very much a lot of stuff that you would hear in like classic deep house from the 90s, for example. Or like I love doing like Portishead stuff and like classic classic electronica, classic down tempo. I pull a lot from that. More concrete phrasing: is there a genre you don't want to touch or work in because you lack the experience for it? Real like classical as well, real like modern classical comp, or like film scoring. I would also say would be another one. Because that like I can do hybrid orchestral for sure for like games because and I know some of the tricks. But like, if somebody were like, "Oh, I want a very traditional orchestral score for this film," and you're gonna be writing and arranging everything in notation on a full staff. Like you could look at stuff like Oppenheimer. The score for Oppenheimer would be a really great like recent example. Where it's like it's full orchestral music, and you write it on a grand staff, a full staff or a full score, and then you would like give it to a conductor and go to an orchestra and have it done there. I'd be a little uncomfortable doing that because that's not the world of writing that I sort of grew up into. I can do the hybrid stuff for game scoring, and I really enjoy doing that because I can take how I think about arrangement, which comes from much more of like a rock/jazz perspective, and translate it into orchestra and then accompany it with other things. That's very different than like we are only using a traditional orchestra and we want it to sound like John Williams or, I could fake it, and I have, but it's not something I would, it would totally depend on the client, to be honest with you. Like, and what they were expecting. I could certainly try, and I would certainly try. And honestly, like a lot of my career has stemmed, and the opportunities I've gotten have stemmed from me very intentionally saying yes to things that I had no idea how to do, and then figuring it out later. That's it sounds a little crazy, but that is honestly like one of my number one recommendations for like how to get good at things and diversify your skill set is like if you can get opportunities that are just outside of your wheelhouse. So yeah, I probably wouldn't even say no to it, but I'd be like, yeah, sure, I can do it. And then I would, unbeknownst to the client ordering this hypothetical project, I would just like step out of your comfort zone. Exactly. I would put myself through night school to learn classical comp in 24 hours or whatever. And then do the project. Like that's how I learned video originally was Jamplay, this company that I used to work with a ton doing course content for playing bass. They were like, we need help with like freelance video editing. I'd never edited video. They're like, do you want to do it? I'm like, oh yeah, I know Adobe Premiere, totally. And they're like, cool, here's all this footage to edit. And I was like, how to edit in Adobe Premiere. Okay, like, And now I love doing video work. So yeah, I mean, I guess there's really not anything that I would outright say no to, because even if it's not something that I know how to do right now, Yeah, I don't know. There's nothing I would say no to, but there's definitely stuff that I would be like, it's practically all of IT work. Totally. What's up, Joffrey? How's it going? There's definitely stuff though where I would be like, I will do this if you want to specifically hire me. I can totally like, I'll go for it. I don't know if I'm the best guy for this, so I'm just gonna voice that before we get started. Classical trap, like a lot of like world music stuff. If somebody was like, "Oh, I need something that sounds like, classical Indian music," for example, super, tabla, sitar, ragas, all that kind of. It's like I don't play any of those instruments. I don't know. I sort of know how those forms work, but it's such a specific vocabulary. It's like I can go do all the research for you. It'll probably take me a while and not sound very authentic. Like I'm happy to try, but I don't know if I'm the best guy for you. I'm terrified of that clip, Cheesy. I don't know what I said, but if it was worth you clipping, it's probably spooky. Lights, why are you blinking? Are you blinking because someone clipped something? I don't know. Sometimes my lights blink randomly and I don't understand why. Oh, also, side note, I did finally figure out Lumia Stream. I think the issue was VPN. So the overlays should be working again for Toast and all that stuff, which is very exciting. Anyways, yeah, let's go ahead and check out. We got a couple of tracks coming in for feedback already. What's this? What's happening? Yes, Toast Dance. There we go. We love it. Let's check out some tracks from people, starting with Unknown. And we've got a whole story. I love it. 1 second, let me see what's going on here. What do we got? Oh, give Toast a treat. Toast is out with Kenny at the moment, but hang on. Can you bring him? Yay. Our co-host is en route to the studio, don't you worry. Did you have green gloves for this? No, I used Magic Mask in DaVinci Resolve, which is amazing. Yes, Toast is on his way. We will be giving him oh, there, it's Toast. Yeah, bring him around. My invisible assistant off screen. Thank you, dear. Love you. You ready for some treats, bud? Zoop. Toast is here, everybody. We love it. Agent Toast, absolutely. We're going to put them on the couch so that you go to your spot. So you're on demand to receive more treats. Here you go. Woo! He loves it. Where is he? What? There he goes. Excellent. Remember the Pokemon Diamond Pearl thing I made you play guitar to? And you said this is hard, lots of key changes. Your difficulty scale, how high would you rank that type of track to compose? That specifically, not like it had key changes, so it's hard to improvise over without knowing the key changes ahead of time, right? Because I don't know which scale to use first. But it wasn't a particularly complex piece. It was actually pretty straightforward. So on a scale from 0 to, I don't know, 5 or 6 probably, if even that, 4 maybe, something like that. It wasn't particularly complex. It's just there's a difference between it being a complex chord progression and it being difficult to improvise over sight unseen, or but yeah, I can absolutely write stuff like that. Anyways, sorry, Unknown. I started to look at your story and then we got distracted. Okay. Star. I think this is another one of your little suite of 4 pieces. Let's give it a peek. And then neat. Very twinkly. I'm reading your story here. It's. I mean, I guess I'll read it to chat if you want. But it's lovely. Yeah, I mean, this is. It's a. I know it's a part of the same suite of tracks that we were talking about. I think not yesterday, but on what was it on Wednesday? Um, so yeah, I think we've all heard all four of them now, and I definitely hear how they all fit together. Day before, yeah, Wednesday. And I hear how they all fit together. Yeah, I mean, I would have the same, in terms of feedback, I would have the same thoughts on it that we were talking about on Wednesday, of just not being afraid to lean more into your harmony and your melody, going kind of different places to tell these different elements of the story. Which, yeah, I'll abridge it for everyone. It's a bit long. Not that that's a bad thing. It's lovely. There's an eclipse which covered a planet in darkness, but the darkness was different. It didn't bring fear, rather it brought peace and harmony. Um, Instead of being afraid, people let themselves be in darkness. Uh, were made very nostalgic by the darkness, um, and souls were filled with magic born from the darkness, and then from that, stars sort of erupt, which is lovely imagery. Um, so yeah, I mean it's as I have said, it's lovely sound design, really nice uh, chord movements and everything. But yeah, like I was saying the other day, I think changing up the chord changes, changing up the melodies, changing up your registers, you know, uh, really help. Like when I'm thinking about stars blossoming out of darkness, a lot of oh, Jesus. Let me get my normal sounds here. That's not crazy house sounds. And you're even doing a little bit of this already in this particular movement of the piece. But like dark stuff and then really bright stuff kind of like bubbling up and out of it is really cool. Where are we at? Stream jams. Here we go. Up next will be other kinds of tracks. Excellent. I love it. We love other kinds of tracks. We love all kinds of tracks. But yeah, you've got your darkness down here. And you have like little stars that pop up, in octaves way up high. And you even just have like single notes at the beginning, and then they become, longer phrases or bigger chords and stuff. And then by the end, the stars like bloom or blossom out of the darkness. Thinking about translating those kinds of imageries in a lot of different ways, not just with the sounds that you're choosing, but the registers that you're choosing, the chord progressions that you're choosing, the kinds of scales that you're choosing to use. I can't remember if I was talking about it on Wednesday, but one of my absolute favorite scales it's a mode of harmonic minor. But it's basically like, you could call it Lydian Dorian. So it's like a C, like in the key of C, or if you start the scale on C. Oh, here, and let me open up my, so you guys can see the keyboard. It's this general shape. So like, if C is your root note, C, D, E flat, G flat, G, or F sharp, G, A natural, B flat, C. So it's essentially like a Dorian minor scale, but with that sharp 4, that tritone, instead of a natural 4. Because it gives you all of these lovely, like, all these really, really interesting very, like, it feels very mysterious and very alien, but also not like evil in a really interesting way. It still can feel very like peaceful. It's just a lovely, it's like a dark room in a desert. Sure, yeah, absolutely. And it's one, I can't remember which mode of harmonic minor that is. But yeah, like Lydian Dorian sort of combo. That's what I used for the main score for Ares, or the main theme to the game for Ares. Was like this. Something like that. I'd have to look at it again. But it was definitely in that wheelhouse. So lovely, lovely sound. And that's, if you guys are looking to bring a lot of texture into your writing, we talked on Wednesday extensively, and then a little bit the week before, about modes and all this different scale theory. What we didn't talk about was the sort of altered scales. So you're using your harmonic scale or harmonic minor scale and your melodic minor scale and taking the modes of those, which gives you all kinds of really interesting exotic scales like that are a lot more nuanced, and you can get a lot more interesting mileage out of it. Right? So I definitely recommend those. Are if you're wanting to use, sort of more textured and kind of advanced sounds, get more intricate and advanced, depth sound kinds of stuff in your scoring and in your writing. Modes of harmonic minor and modes of melodic minor give you a whole new set of 16 new scales, 16 brand new scales that you can use. Because even just plain melodic minor is great, or harmonic minor, either one, because that's where you get the really classical minor 1 to major 5, that resolution, which is super classic and very dramatic. Right? That would be harmonic minor, F minor, G major. So, anyway, yeah, all neat stuff, but I love it. Thank you for sharing the full suite. I definitely appreciate it. It's very, very neat. I think it's a very, very, very pleasant and very strong set of pieces. But moving along, moving on from that, rather, Infested. What you got going on? Oh, what's happening? Oh, super. You crazy, crazy mad lad. You crazy mad lad, you, with your gifted sub. Thank you so much, man. And boom, unknown. You got a gift sub. Your piece was so good. We love it. Okay, Infested. Sorry, I'm reading stuff and trying to talk at the same time, which is hard. It's hard, you guys. Mainly looking for feedback on feel of the tune. Okay. I love it. Wanted to share your only intentional attempt at game music. Okay. Hang on. I have to figure that out. Hang on. Okay, A minor, B minor, E minor, and then you just start doing the chromatic descension. Oh God, is that what happens next? D minor and then to inverted B major. What the hell chord is that, though? Is it A flat major to G minor? This is a heady ass change, man. I love this. Oh. Whoa. That's lovely. So you're going. That's sick, dude. I love that. That's a really interesting change. A major, because you're basically going, what? A major, A flat, G major 7. That's gorgeous. That's super, super interesting. Very, very, very cool. Yeah, man, you're all through this piece. You do really interesting things with your chord progressions. Sorry, I was too worried about figuring that out. It feels like a boss who's in a frozen area with ice attacks. Yeah, sure, absolutely. And to that point, I think somebody had asked at some point recently how to make things feel cold, which is a really, really interesting, yeah, okay, that was you, Super, yeah. Which is an interesting question, and this is a really great way of doing it. Usually, like, you just don't use very many bass elements, because usually the more, like, low-end heavy things are, they feel warmer, because they feel thick and rich and, like, well-supported, and so a lot of times cold sounds are very, like, scooped or just very focused in the top end, so they're very, like, airy and textural and don't necessarily have a lot of bass elements, so there's not a lot of bass anywhere in this track, and all of the voicings are like very high. The string sounds are very breathy and airy. That's a great way to lean into like feeling cold or airy or kind of windy, any of those kinds of ideas or feelings. And then, definitely like intricate chord progressions like this. Cold is typically like, if you want things to feel cold, you lean a little more like a minor, right? As opposed to warmth. Like, that feels kind of chilly, like a big extended minor chord, as opposed to something like this. Or could feel very warm and very rich, like we call that a mu major. 1, 2, 3, 5, right? It's the Steely Dan chord. But, Yeah, those are kind of good general guidelines to make things feel cold. So you're doing really, really well on that as well. Um, love the overall structure, definitely boss fighty. Yeah, I think the energy, if you're like specifically for a boss fight, I always like things with a little bit more energy. This is maybe a little bit lower energy for like explicitly a boss fight. Um, yeah, I'm really longing for some war drums. 100%. I think that would sound very, very cool. Um, but yeah, really, really nice, man. This is another piece that was like what you played on Wednesday, where you were like, I wanted to write something that modulated as much as possible. I could sit here and analyze all the theory in this for hours, and I'm like very fascinated with what you did there. It's such an interesting way of getting to A flat there and then resolving that downward, which is all great voice leading. That's excellent, excellent voice leading. Because what's happening there is you're starting with a pretty simple setup, which is, what was it? I think it was G minor to A minor. And then E minor, which is like a very, very, simple, straightforward, or was it? Hang on. Sorry. That's what I thought. A minor to B minor to E, which is just like a minor 4-5-1. Very, very simple. And then you do the chromatic thing, which is really nice. So then B, but first inversion, so that you get that nice walk down. And then D, A major, but the A major is inverted. So where you expect it to go would be like here to C major 7 to complete that movement in the bass. But instead, you jump the voicing to this. A flat minor. So you go like that, which is like we would call that a deceptive cadence. Because it leads you away from where your ear is expecting things to resolve. You establish a really clear... That's where your ear wants it to go. But you, using modal interchange, go to here instead. And then you resolve that down to there, which is kind of referencing what your ear was expecting to hear with that. You've instead kind of moved that over to go there, that A flat minor to G major 7. Very, very cool playing with like... And then I would take me even longer to figure out what all that is. It's like all chromatic stuff again. Super lovely. Not to like to totally do a theory nerd out on your track, but that is... I might have to steal that from you at some point. What a lovely movement that is. That's so nice. It's in a weird key for me to play, but oh, that's so hip. You guys are so good. You're so good at writing music, you guys. I love it. 5 stars infested. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, I do think like generally speaking, drums here could be more amped. And like it sounds like you're using more of like an electronic, kind of like dancey snare drum to do the marching rolls. I don't know if you have good orchestral sounds or libraries. You should totally get them though. You should get like a Musio subscription. They have them on sale all the time, and it's like $60 a year. You get hundreds of gigs of really, really high quality orchestral sounds, including orchestral percussion and war drums and all that kind of stuff. If you don't have that now, I would treat yourself for Christmas. Yeah, or $8 or $9 a month. Yeah, absolutely. Dollar for dollar, Musio, I think, is the best deal anywhere right now. The Splice instrument may overtake it if they add more of the Spitfire stuff to it. But I really want to switch to Musio. I think in the new year, I'm going to I'm gonna try to make a switch over to Musio because their sounds are excellent. They're on par with Composer Cloud, and it comes with less stuff that I don't need and more stuff that would be useful. But it's got so much. No worries, Infested. I was just I was singing your praises and doing a massive theory analysis on the last little phrase of your piece. Yeah, I mean, my input very briefly was that I was totally tearing apart what you did at the end there, not in a bad way, in a like I was figuring out what it was. This whole figure and then is such a lovely, lovely movement at the very end. So I was just figuring out like what exactly those changes were that you put together, it's very cool. But no, and I was saying if you don't have really good orchestral sounds, get a subscription to Musio because Musio is, what is it? Yeah, $99 a year or $10 a month. And for that, you get just truly an insane amount of stuff. You have this. Oh, you got Atom A7Xs. Yeah, absolutely. I used to mix on A7Xs. I mix on Atoms now. I have the. You guys never see them because they're behind the camera. But I mix on these. The Atom A8Hs. These are the guys I've got. They're fantastic. I love them. They sound so good. But no, I ran a studio for a long time that was running A7Xs for the mains. They're great speakers. A little fatiguey if you work on them for a really long time at high volume. The ribbon tweeters are aggressively accurate. So very, very accurate. But yeah, I love the Atom stuff. Only monitors I've ever heard that sound better are Focals. Focals are, I used to mix on a pair of Focal Twins, and my God, did those things sound good. They're also like $3,500 each. Focals are not cheap, but if they weren't absolutely gigantic and total overkill for a small mix room like what I have, I would totally still have the Focals, but I traded them to a buddy of mine for Dynaudios that I didn't end up keeping. Anyway. The A7Xs seem very top end. Oh, absolutely. No, the A7Xs are fantastic speakers. Absolutely fantastic speakers. They sound excellent. I've mixed many a record on A7Xs. They're very, very good, especially for the price. Because you can get them for so cheap used now. They're pretty great. But I'm a total whore for the three-way the three-way designs. So like the A7Xs are two ways, and most studio monitors are two-way designs. So you have a ribbon and then you have a woofer. I kind of fell in love with three-way designs. So you have a bass driver, and then you have a mid-range driver that's specifically tuned for like the vocal range. Like it takes over, I think, 200 to like 4K or 5K, and then the ribbon picks up from there after that. And having them horizontal, to me, helps the stereo image be a little more clearer and a little bit more articulate and detailed. So I'm a big fan of the horizontal three-way vibes, and I think they look very cool too. But anyway, yeah, killer track, man, absolutely killer. I love it. Yeah, that's such a cool. I'm like obsessed with that change now. Lovely. Anyways, thank you for sharing, man. Thank you very, very much for sharing. It's super, super cool. Well, does anybody else have a track for feedback? Jump into chat, exclamation point feedback. I want to hear it. I want to hear what you guys got going on. Today is it's a full feedback Friday. That's all we're doing. We're hanging out, listening to your tracks and your ideas. And I don't really have anything planned to do other than that. So I guess also, if you guys have any questions, if you want me to go on big rants about stuff, you're welcome to do that too. That's nice. Mellow Roads. Come on, Chad. I know somebody's got a question about something. Somebody's got something to share. You guys are awfully mellow today. Trying to think if there's anything I want to talk about. Ooh, let me check, because I also have I have a new toy that is out for delivery right now, and I'm hoping it gets here. It would be pretty fun if it got here on stream. We could do an unboxing. I'm trying to figure out text rendering. Your mind. What is the greatest era of music? Ooh, oh, that's a fun one. As far as I'm concerned, the single greatest era of music happened between 1976 and 1979, which I know sounds wildly specific, but so many of the greatest records ever made came out very specifically between 1976 and 1979. It's crazy. It's crazy. That, and then probably like early 50s to mid 50s would be another strong contender on the jazz end of things. And then like 91 through about 98, really just the 90s for electronic music, because that's basically when like what we consider electronic music now was invented. But I think just like when you want to talk about the greatest like songwriting and some of the greatest production of all time, let's just go year by year. Albums that came out in 1976. Once I start reading these lists, you guys are going to just absolutely freak out at the number, just the pure number of insane albums that came out. So starting in 76, you had Hotel California from the Eagles, Hira by Joni Mitchell, 2112 from Rush, the first Boston record, Day at the Races by Queen. This is all just 1976. Blondie, the first Blondie record came out. Agents of Fortune, Blue Oyster Cult, which had Don't Fear the Reaper on it, Jocko's first record came out in 76. Uh, uh, who else? The first Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers record came out. Left Overture by Kansas, which is Carry On My Wayward Son, that came out. And I'm pretty sure it's not on here, but I'm pretty sure Songs in the Key of Life, Stevie Wonder, was also 76. 77. Rumors by Fleetwood Mac, widely regarded as one of the best records ever made. Heroes, Bowie. Asia by Steely Dan. Animals by Pink Floyd. Stranger, Billy Joel, which is like Piano Man and Moving Out. Talking Heads 77, which is like one of their greatest records. Exodus by Bob Marley. Nevermind the Bollocks, Here's the Sex Pistols. The first Kraftwerk record, I think that's the first Kraftwerk record, which was like huge. Who else? Who else? Oh yeah, Heavy Weather by Weather Report, which is one of the greatest jazz records of all time. Parliament Funkadelic. Who else? It's just absolutely crazy. I think that's most of them. Oh yeah, the first Star Wars soundtrack. Who else? Oh, Staying Alive by the Bee Gees. We Are the Champions. All of this came out just 1977. Anybody else? I know that there's others. This is not a comprehensive list. Then 78. More great Talking Heads. The Police's first record, Atlantis de Amor. Some Girls by the Stones, which is like one of the better Stones records. The first Dire Straits record came out. Who else? Bohemian Rhapsody was 75. Okay, yeah. Freebird, Skinnerd. Yep, Skinnerd was definitely in here somewhere. That's why I said this is not comprehensive. Say Chic, which had Le Freak on it, like absolutely pivotal disco funk. Who else here? A bunch of Beach Boys. Yeah, Don't Look Back, the second Boston record, which was huge. Yeah, all great shit. 79. And I know there's a bunch missing. Yeah, Off the Wall by Michael Jackson, Wall by Pink Floyd, Joy Division, Breakfast in America by Supertramp, absolutely. Highway to Hell, AC/DC. Tusk, which is like a highly underrated Fleetwood Mac record. Regatta de Blanc, which is like the really big breakout record from the Police. Came out 79. Like, it was just insane. Van Halen 2. Joe's Garage, Frank Zappa, if there's any Frank Zappa people in chat. That was a hugely pivotal record. Damn the Torpedoes, Tom Petty, absolutely pivotal record in rock. It was just like year after year after year of banger records kept coming out. It was just crazy. And kind of relentless. Yeah, London Calling by The Clash, huge in the punk world. It was just like genre-defining, era-defining, and like music-defining stuff was coming out like every 2 weeks from 76 to 79. Just absolutely and crazy. Absolutely, yeah. And the Toys in the Attic was in there too. I think it was 76, which I didn't see on the list, by Aerosmith. So this is all more like pop and rock, obviously. Rapper's Delight. Rapper's Delight was 79. Wow, that's crazy. I didn't even know that. So yeah, I think pound for pound, dollar for dollar, like, people don't realize that everything that you hear, that you think of as like the best records of all time, all came out, or a ton of them came out 76 to 79. all excellent. And there's like, I'm sure, into the 80s had other stuff, earlier 70s, like all the great Led Zeppelin stuff came out earlier in the 70s. Beatles was obviously all 60s, but it's just like, man. And my dad he was like 15 in 75. So my dad got to be in his prime years when just like all of these insane albums were being released. I think it was almost frustrating how it's like, well, every 2 weeks, like, oh, I need another $10. I got to go back to the record store because some other insane, greatest album of all time has been released by somebody. So, yeah, I think that would be, oh, there it is. Yeah, 76, Songs in the Key of Life. It was the very first one. I missed that. And Station to Station. Jesus. Crazy. First Ramones record. Yeah, man. It's nuts. My favorite records out of all that, though, Shakira by Joni Mitchell. Obviously, Songs in the Key of Life. Those first two Police records, the first Boston record, but Asia, Steely Dan, 77. This, I think, is probably the best record ever made. Asia's brilliant. And Rumors. I love Rumors. Also, Graceland by Paul Simon was in there, too, somewhere, I think. Graceland might have been a little later. Actually, now that I think about it. I don't know. Anyways, actually, when was Graceland? If you aren't hip to, 86. Okay, it was way later. I just got back from the pack. I just want to point out that that part that you analyzed was my attempt at a game over screen. Oh, cool. Okay, yeah, I got you. Yeah, that makes sense. That's nice. I like that. It's a game over screen that would be, it's all to the tone of the game, right? It definitely has a, like, to me, it gives, oh no, you tried, but the boss got the best of you, but you can try again. Don't worry, everything's going to be okay. Or maybe it won't be. Or maybe it will be. Like, it's very appropriate for that. It's very Save the World but failed, but there's a strong element of, like, it's okay, you can try again. There's a strong element of, like, dang it, but hope. As opposed to like a super, God, I don't even know what I would do. Some really dark, diminished, at least you tried, yes. Some really, like, super dark, descending, diminished thing that ends totally unresolved and then just stops, of just like, well, kind of like, I did that a little bit with the game over theme in Salvage. Was definitely extremely dark. Oh, Chakra, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. Yeah, I'd love to listen. Of course. I'm always thrilled to hear a new Chakra track. Feels good to be back in the studio. I'm so glad. It does indeed. You know the drill, Chakra. Exclamation point feedback. I would love to hear it, for sure. But anyways, yeah, so like late 70s, that 76 to 79 was crazy. On the jazz side, also, like, yeah, I'd say like 49 to 1960, early 60s was pretty nuts. You had a lot of, like, really classic pivotal, like Coltrane and Miles Davis and all that stuff that was coming out then. And then the 90s, of course, you had like every pioneering DJ and electronic producer kind of stuff, like everything from, like, Paul Oakenfold, John Digweed, Dan Tenaglia, like all those guys were getting started then. Carl Cox on, like, the house and trance and techno end of things. And then you had like Aphex Twin, Square Pusher, Basement Jaxx, like on the breakbeat, electronic. Massive Attack was doing all their, like, their pivotal stuff in the mid to late 90s. And early 2000s, they were like slightly later on the curve. But yeah, kind of that was all like defining for drum and bass and for house and like down tempo and lo-fi, like DJ Crush in Japan. Jay Dilla was all in the 90s on the hip hop side of things. Yeah, like that was another extremely pivotal time in music. that we all should look back fondly on. Let's see here. Come on, Launchpad. I believe in you. Get delivered. Get delivered right now. Sick. Okay. This track is from Chakra. Let's give it a listen. Chakra, I know you work in Ableton. I have a question for you. Do you use a ton of Max for Live devices? I've been playing around with Ableton a bunch recently for the live looping stuff. And I am just learning about how amazing Max for Live devices are. I'm curious if you have any recommendations of ones that I need to grab.
Original my champion. Born in a this veteran. You feel no man at the dog gun. You feel no man at the dog gun. You feel no man at the dog gun. You feel no man at the. You feel no man at the. You feel no man at the.
Original done. Anyway you see me know me are the champion. Bumbo clad. Yes, like it have to run. We know we money can't done. One heap of them a chat bout original done. Phenomena they done gargan. Sub focus on Ira the dance rap. So put up on a hand.
What's up, Chemist? How's it going? Thanks for the follow, man.
If you are real bad man, show respect to the original done.
You know me a original done. You know me a original Dan. Original mic champion.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, we have fun around here. Today is Feedback Friday, Chemist, so I am doing feedback for anyone in chat. If you have a track you would like to share, exclamation point feedback. We'll get you a link to a little Google form. If you don't mind just filling that out for me, lets me know a little bit more about you, the track, what you're looking for feedback on. I would love to check it out. But yeah, this is from Chakra, who's a good friend of the chat, great drum and bass producer. But once we're done listening to it, I'll give you my spiel and give you a little tour.
Show respect to the original done. Original done. Just like it have to run. Original done. Just like it have to run.
Yeah, absolutely, Chemist. That's actually super exciting. You guys can submit anything. My only rule is no AI. That's really it. But if you're using modular shit, I would love to hear it.
Original done.
Original mic champion.
Gotcha, okay.
Show respect to the original done.
Do most of my stuff live at free parties. Awesome. That's super cool, man. Chakra, really, really nice track. I want it to be longer. I always want your stuff to be longer. You're so good at creating atmospheres and like really nice grooves. Like I would love to have another section of this tune that gets more like ghost notey. Like, you know, that kind of stuff would be super, super cool here. But dude, like your bass sounds are always great. I love how you treat vocals. Really, really nice. Nice vibe. Nice groove. Yeah, lovely bass sounds. I haven't really uploaded much because I stay private. But yeah, no, please. I mean, we usually do one submission per user per stream, but it's a little quiet at the moment. So who knows? But yeah, exclamation point feedback, and you will get a link. Just type that in chat as a chat command, and you will get a link to the form. The link is also pinned up top if you want to use that as well. Oh, you already did. Excellent. Haha. Very cool. We'll take a look at that in a second. But yeah, Chakra, great job, man. Great job as always. Your stuff is fantastic. Thank you for sharing, my friend. And yeah, there's so much cool Max for Live stuff out there. I've been playing with it extensively, or just kind of for fun at night. I have been absolutely loving it. Okay, this is from new friend of the channel, Chemist. Let's check it out. Kick replacement character. What's your gear situation like? I mean, you don't have to list like every module that you have, but like what's your stuff? What's your rig?
For our people. Cosmic frequencies.
Which Akai? Is it the Rhythm Wolf or the what is this? The Rhythm Wolf and there's the yellow one and the red one. I used to have both of them. I love those. People hate those things. I love them. I think they sound very, very good. Is it yellow or is it red? Is it like yellow and gray or is it red and black?
Raise your fist.
It's this guy, right?
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The Rhythm Wolf. I used to have one of those. They're super fun.
Disturbing sounds.
Yeah, it's a ton of fun to play with. That thing, it gets so much hate. People are like, the Rhythm Wolf, it sounds terrible. It sounds super neat. It sounds unique. It's just not like an 808. So people are like, I don't know what to do with it. I love that thing though.
Embrace the fusion of men and machines.
You're getting an extremely impressive amount of mileage, just like sounds and production out of using such a simple rig. I love it. That's a ton of fun, man. I love it. I have an enormous amount of respect for you using real hands-on stuff like that. I know how hard it is to get a lot of those effects and those transitions and stuff. It takes a lot of programming. It takes a lot of like really paying attention to what you're doing. Your sound design is great. The grooves are super fun. My only like piece of feedback for you, I kind of have two, and one. The first one that I will give you is I think I know it's called kick replacement therapy, and this is all about just like that slamming kick drum. I think it's just a teeny bit loud compared to the other elements of the mix. I think even if you brought it down 10%, 15%, if you can bring the kick drum specifically down in the mix just a little bit, it would still hit like a truck. It would still be super punchy. It would just, I'm feeling like it's clipping a little bit because it feels like you're hitting your master bus really, really hard, which like, again, is kind of expected for this genre, but I think you might get a little more life and breath and clarity out of the mix if you brought it back just a tiny bit. It feels very, very in your face, almost a little bit too much so. Other than that, the arrangement's great. Your transitions are great. Working with some Bjork. Oh yeah, for sure. It was clipping a decent amount. Yeah. Yeah. So I would, if you can pull the kickback a little bit, I'm not sure what the situation is on how you're mixing. That could be a good idea. The other thing, and this is a broader conversation. I've actually been meaning to mention this to everyone in chat. You guys know how I go on my Lefts rants for people who master their tracks super loud. I actually started doing some reading, and because like I've said many times I'm a very like old school engineer, and so when a platform is like, hey, master me to -14 Lefts, completely avoidable for the clipping, but that was on me. Hey, it's okay. And that's, the way that you're doing stuff is like the real proper old school way of making tracks. So like sometimes that happens and you're like, well, it is what it is. It still sounds great. It's punchy as hell. It's got a ton of character. I think it's awesome. It's really, really fun. And for this genre, everything that you're doing is really cool. I love the vocal samples. I love all your transitions. The sounds are really like well made and well put together. It's fantastic. But no, I have been always kind of going on rants where I'm like, you shouldn't shoot for too high of Lefts. I have these kids come in who are mixing their tracks or mastering their tracks to be like -7 Lefts, -5 Lefts, all this stuff. And I'm like, don't do that. Shoot for -10. I'm going to stop saying that, I've decided, because a couple of reasons. Number one, it is, I'm so glad. I want to do this more, and I'm really loving it. That's awesome, man. Well, you are welcome here anytime and all of the time. I would love to hear more of your stuff. It's super, super cool. It's super creative. And like I said, I have an enormous amount of respect for anyone doing stuff with like real boxes. I mean, DAWs are great. I work in a DAW all the time. That's literally my whole job. But, yeah, doing things like hands-on out of the box is fantastic. No, but on the Lefts thing, it is just kind of expected now with certain styles of music, even by mastering engineers apparently, which I really didn't know this because I don't work a ton in like modern EDM. I'm doing game scoring, I'm doing pop, I'm doing other stuff, but people are mastering that loud, and it's really, and I wouldn't ever talk about this because it just gets very nuanced. But there's a difference between LUFS and compression, right? Mastering compression. So me saying, hey, don't shoot for X, Y, or Z, like you're shooting for -5, shoot for -10, is less about the actual loudness of the track and more about the amount of compression. Usually what I should be saying, and I just need to not be afraid of getting super nerdy with it, is like there's a difference between how much you are compressing your master and the artifacts that you get from overcompression. That's usually what I'm talking about. When I'm like, you're hitting your master too hard, it's too loud, you're losing definition in your mix. That doesn't actually have much to do with LUFS. That's just the quickest and most approachable way of saying you need to compress a lot less on your master. Because how loud the track is overall doesn't actually really correlate to how much compression. Like you can absolutely slam a track into a limiter and have it clipping and be horribly distorted and lose all your transient definition and have huge phase issues and all the problems that come with way too aggressive mastering. And then you can just turn that way down and it will be at minus 20 left. You can also, if you have a really clean mix that's mastered well, and then you just turn it up, you can hit minus 7 lefts and have a clean punchy mix that is also just like very loud in terms of the average loudness. So they are two different and separate things. I have always said, shoot for minus 10 because I'm kind of assuming that what most people are doing in those circumstances are, what's up, Pranav? How's it going? Great to have you in. Thanks so much for stopping by, man, and I appreciate the follow. So I'm going to stop giving people left targets, and I'm going to start giving people advice on compression and limiting and mastering. Because that's really the problem. It was just easier for me to shorthand it instead of saying, oh, let's not get loudness confused and you need to compress less and hit your compressor less hard, or what's your limiting chain that you're using on your master output. I always just kind of assume most people are slapping a maximizer on it and just hitting go and just pushing into the maximizer as hard as they can. And that's that. I need to not make that assumption, and I need to get a little bit more detailed on that end of things, because they are two. How hard you're compressing and how hard you're hitting a compressor on the way out is different than the lefts that you're targeting. Like I said, you can have an uncompressed mix that's at minus 5 lefts. It'd be kind of hard to do, and then you could have an extremely compressed mix that sounds totally overbaked and have it be quiet. They're not inherently like connected to one another. So I am moving forward. When I hear tracks where I'm like, this is overbaked on the master, I'm going to start approaching it from that as opposed to like giving left targets. Anyways, Pranav, today is Feedback Friday. So if you have a track to share that you want me to check out, I would be more than happy to. And since we have a couple of new friends here, I will give you guys my quick spiel so you kind of know what's going on. Hi, I'm Nathan Scott. I am a full-time professional producer, composer, multi-instrumentalist, mixmaster, engineer. I make music on stream. That is mostly what my stream is about, is me doing commissioned client work. So I write a lot of music for video games. I do production for artists. I do commercial production for TV, advertisements, all this kind of stuff. So most of my stream is me doing commission work. We also do feedback for people. I'm going to start doing a live looping stream pretty soon where I, produce tracks live and just kind of vibe out. But yeah, today is Feedback Friday. So anybody with a track that they want to share, please, ! Feedback in chat is the chat command that will get you a link to a little Google form. And then just let me know in chat if and when you have filled out that form, and we will take a look at your track. But anyways, Chemist, all that left stuff I was just talking about your track is just very loud, so it made me think of that, but the mix sounds super clean. So that's a great example of a track is higher in the lefts department, the average loudness department, but is not like wicked over compressed and flat sounding, which is something we get a lot. It's a pretty clean. The kick is definitely like pushing really, really hard, but other than that, the mix is pretty solid. So submitted one, excellent, very good. Let's check it out. Let's see here. Okay. Pranav, we've got level 6 producer. Very good. You play piano, drums, tabla, and other parts. Oh, dude, tabla. I love it. Working in DAW. Working in Logic. Of course you're working in a DAW. That's sick, man. I have an enormous amount. I was actually talking about classical Indian music earlier on stream a little bit. I love tabla. I have tried to learn tabla on a few different occasions, and it is very hard. I tried to learn tintal, and my fingers would not cooperate. Even like I play a ton of percussion instruments as well, and I play drums and keys and guitar and bass and stuff. But just the nuance of like, especially the strikes where you're like scooping and you're like pulling tone out of the drum is really, really hard to do. Or like where you're striking with the, I don't know the vocalizations for them, but the one like where you're like trying to strike with the middle pad of your finger and pull away super fast are all, yeah, I love it. That's awesome, man. That's super cool.
You didn't mean it, right? It was just the raps. Baby, I know you. You know what misery loves.
Who's the vocalist here? Where'd you get the vocals?
Be my company. I wanna be here with you. Don't leave me. Don't care if you deceive me. I need you completely. Why won't you be mine forever? I promise that I will be your last kiss. Can't help it. I'm honest. Won't you be mine? I'm gonna hold on tight. Make sure you know
I did drink some water, super.
that I want you. Shake me all you want, but no, I'll never let go. I'm not losing you, I'm not losing control. All I want is you.
I can tell you're a drummer in how you program the beat. Gorgeous. Really, really nice work, man. Really, really nice work. Great arrangement, great mix, great production, really clean. I love her voice. Good changes. I love the melody. This is really, really top-notch work all over, all across the board. Some ideas for you, mostly in the mix department. I think you could be a little more heavy-handed with like compression. Like it's a really nice clean mix, but I almost want like a little bit more in terms of like push and like maybe a little saturation or even a little bit of distortion on some of the elements. Like I think the drums, like I can tell that you're doing all the, good mix processing across the board because it sounds really clean and even and really open. I think you could even go a little bit harder with it. Don't be afraid to slam your drums a little. I don't mean go crazy, but like a little bit more. The bass tone is killer. The other thing, ooh, F sharp minor. We're gonna pretend. Wait, what just happened? Hang on. Yeah, we're gonna transpose so that I'm in F minor, which is a little easier for me to play. The other thing that I could hear in there potentially is building out the elements just a little bit more. So like, for example, this last chorus, there's a little bit, oh, what's up? ASAP Sly, how's it going? Thanks for the follow, man, I appreciate it. I think you've got more going on with her vocal. Yeah, you've got the call and response, but production-wise, this chorus and that chorus sound pretty much exactly the same. So it could be adding more like keys or kind of pad elements, or maybe something arpeggiated, or changing up the drum groove a little bit more, adding more percussion layers or like a ride cymbal or something into the drum groove. But just this second chorus, I just something more there. Maybe something arpeggiated. So something just lusher there a little bit. I had deadline to submit in a day. Oh boy. I think the song is good, but it could be great. Just afraid to mess with it more because you think it loses its magic. That's a super valid point, man. That is super valid. I know that feeling, and the fact that you banged this out in a day is excellent. That's very impressive. That's it takes a lot to know how to do that, but you that is something that I have to do all the time as a professional producer. It's like, hey, we need the. I had a client. What was this, 6 months ago? Maybe I had a game client that hit me up and was like, hey, we're launching our game in 3 weeks and we need an entire soundtrack for the whole game. It's like 16 or 17 pieces of music in 3 weeks, like fully written, produced, mixed, mastered, submitted, revisions, deliverables, like everything. And we pulled it off. So it's, yeah, sometimes you gotta work fast. No, I think the song is excellent. How do you do it then? Like when you really like the song, but you want to make it better, try out versions. Yeah, definitely. My number one thing for that is just, like I will sleep on stuff. I mean, obviously if it's like same day turnaround, that's pretty hard and you're going to get done what you get done. But, stepping away from something, even for just a day, like I'll get a track to where I'm happy with it, but I'm like, I could take this further. And I just won't listen to it for 24 hours and then come back to it. Again, if it's a single day turnaround, you can't really do that. But even like taking a break and going for lunch, or, go eat a snack, watch a TV show, listen to something else, and then come back a few hours later, can give your brain a chance to kind of let things settle and let things, some new ideas percolate a little bit. And then when you come back, a lot of times you're listening to it with kind of fresh ears. Or, go listen to it in a different environment. If you've got a car, go listen to it in the car, listen to it on your phone. Something like that. Just something to shake it up a little bit. Because a lot of times when we're here and we're in the rig and we're working, you get very, your brain gets in this very detail oriented mode where you're like listening to all the little bits and pieces, and you got to let that go a little bit. And when you like leave and go think about something completely different, your brain kind of lets go. It's like running apps on a computer. Your brain kind of closes all the chord app and the rhythm app and the mixing app and stuff, shuts all those down. And then you can come back to it even just a few hours later and it feels fresh and you can look at it from a fresh perspective. Is usually something that's pretty helpful. But I think it's an excellent track. Well, ooh, here's another idea for you. What would happen if you changed up that B flat? Or, well, sorry, you're in F sharp. So would that B? That's kind of cool. I don't know. I'm trying to think of other ideas for you. But no, like I said, overall, it's chorus is 2 chords. Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to think. You could make the first chord, which you're playing a B minor. You could make it a B major for a second, uh, and then make it a B minor, and then back to the G flat, the F sharp. Right. That's always kind of nice. It might clash with her vocals, though. I'm not sure. I'd have to play around with it. But anyways, yeah, I don't know, but probably not. But that's what popped into my head. Yeah, I think it's great. I think if you have an opportunity to work on it a little bit more, yeah, just a little bit more aggressive on the mix, and then just change up that second chorus, the production, just a little bit. I think would really go a long way. Other than that, the arrangement's killer. The way her voice sounds fantastic. The mix overall sounds really, really well balanced and really clean and really, really nice. Don't change any of that. It's like a little more aggressive, especially on the drum mix, I think. A little bit more saturation would do you good. And then, yeah, a little bit more lift, a little more ear candy in that second chorus on the instrumentation end or the drum groove end. Could be cool. Could be cool. I would also, and this gets more into the songwriting, I would love to hear a bridge. Like I could hear this being 3 minutes instead of 2 minutes if you had a bridge. But if you're working like with the artist and this is what she wrote, then, that is what it is. But yeah, of course, man. That is what I am here for. I try to give, real, real feedback. I know there's a lot, I'm not going to throw shade at anybody because, it's all good. But when I was considering doing feedback, I went and watched other feedback streams on Twitch, and I saw a whole lot of, yeah, it's fine. All right, move on. Bro, I don't like this, and then move on. It's like, no, let's talk about it. I've been doing this for a long time. I have learned, I hope, a couple of things. I've been full time for 15 years, so I've learned a couple of things, I think. And if I can help or lend advice or give people new ideas, I am here for it. So. But thank you so much for sharing, man. Do you know how to get into sync? Yeah, absolutely. We can talk about that. We were talking about that with one of our a newer friend of the channel, Unknown, who's a super cool composer. Yeah, I have definitely done some stuff for sync. I am currently working on a spec piece that we're hoping to get placed on a soap opera. Sync is really tricky. Because there's kinds of 2 different sides to it, right? There's the library music side, where you're just kind of writing like generic stuff, and then you're trying to submit that to music libraries to get placed. And then there is the side of like where you have songs like this, and you want to get this song that's like a full vocal piece placed in a show or in a film or something. And generally speaking, like you got to understand how the sync stuff works on the other end, right? So not just, that was crazy. The lid of my cup just flew out like a little rocket. You need to understand how the people who are actually in charge of the placements work. So on TV and films, you usually have, pretty much every show you ever watch or every film you've ever seen is made by a production company, sometimes multiple production companies. And that production company is the one who is officially in charge of like the casting, the filming, all of the mechanical work of making that TV show or making that movie. Then they work with either like a big studio or a distributor, sometimes both, who are in charge of financing and putting that kind of out of the world, getting it actually out into movie theaters or getting it onto TV networks and stuff. So the people that you want to be dealing with most of the time are the production companies, okay? Because they're the ones actually on the ground filming. They're the ones actually giving music to editors to put into the show. Usually, not all the time, but usually that job goes to somebody called a music supervisor. They're the ones in charge of helping to hire a composer for a show or for a film, and they're also the ones who go and find music for placement, right? So it's really a game of like networking. a lot of times. You want to get to know music supervisors. You want to get to know music directors. Sometimes production companies will have music directors. Yeah, that's the million dollar question. If I wanted to pitch this song, for example, how would I reach out to people, or how do you find opportunities? I mean, it's really hard to give like a direct thing to do. Oren Hockey, how's it going? Thanks for popping in. Excellent. We will take a look at your track in just a second. Right now, we're talking about sync licensing. It sounds a little silly, but getting on a site like LinkedIn, there's a lot of TV professionals on LinkedIn. And it's just a matter of going and meeting people. You don't want to just cold, hit people up and be like, hey, I see that you're a music supervisor. Let me throw music at you. That's going to get you a rejection. But there's lots of communities on LinkedIn that are just like TV professionals hanging out and talking to each other. And if you go and you establish a presence, not as somebody who's constantly trying to sell something, but that you're interested in that side of the industry, and, post little videos of you making stuff, post snippets of tracks, that's what I'm doing right now on the game side. Is I just started a LinkedIn profile, and I'm taking what I do on Twitch, I'm cutting it down into shorter videos, and I'm posting on LinkedIn to try to network and connect with game developers. Social media can be really good. You can also look into things like Taxi. Can quality just win out without endless self-promotion? To put it very bluntly, no, not really. And I'll talk about that in a second. But it's 2025. There are not hundreds of millions, but hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of insanely talented. I sit here on Twitch and I give feedback for people on every single stream. The form that you guys submit on, I have it tracking, I think 400 some odd submissions. I would say 2 out of every 3 are on a quality level that I'm like, you could go out and produce professionally right now. You could go out and submit, and I could see this being used in a game, in an ad, in a TV show, as it is, maybe with a few little mix tweaks or something, but quality-wise, what people are doing now, AI aside, and AI actually weirdly is not becoming really a factor here, but kids are getting really, really, really friggin' good. So what it comes down to, and the reason I get a lot of work, I'd like to think, and from the feedback that I get from my clients, you have to operate on the assumption that your AI isn't there yet, and it's honestly probably never going to get there. And there's a ton of legal reasons why AI can't get there. Because with sync and licensing and stuff, there's so much union stuff, there's contracting stuff, there's IP stuff where nothing but the most bottom barrel shows will ever legally be able to use AI because of the mechanism of licensing and how you license IP to people and the money and all that. It's such an ingrained system when it comes to TV and movies specifically, and advertisements and stuff. Yeah, anyways, that's a whole separate conversation. So networking with music soups is great. Networking with just generally people in TV is great, or in games, wherever you want to go to do sync. That's on the side of, hey, I'm writing specific songs and I want to get them placed. And that's really where you have to think of the other side of it. For lyrical songs like this, songs with lyrics, right? In that, you're kind of limiting yourself a little bit as to what your placement opportunities are going to be. Because generally speaking, in a TV show or in a movie, you have music that's functioning as underscore, is what we call it, which is usually, sometimes it's library music or sometimes it's written for the show, but it's instrumental. Because characters in the show are going to be talking over it. There's going to be dialogue going on. It's going to be setting the mood for a scene. And if not, maybe it's it's diegetic, it's playing on a radio off in a corner or something, and you kind of hear it as a part of the environmental sound in that scene. But usually you hear vocal tracks being placed over montages or over really, specific moments where there isn't any dialogue, and instead they're letting the lyrics to that song kind of tell the story of that scene for them, so that the characters aren't talking, you're watching what the characters are doing, and then the lyrics of the song are reinforcing that. So when you're writing for that, I think your song actually is a really good candidate for that. you want your lyrics to always be pretty generic and accessible and applicable to a lot of different. You don't want to write a song about, that has really specific like imagery and specific like, oh, we were in love and then we broke up, but I still have feelings for you. Whatever the lyrics are, things that are just like, I want you, I need you, that could kind of apply to like any romantic situation, any, are more general. That's always really, really good as well. And I think the lyrics here, I wasn't paying super close attention to. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Just like, don't leave me. I don't care, what you do. I need you in my life. That's pretty good for this kind of an application. So yeah, for selling something like this, you would go directly to a music supervisor. For library music, for that underscore type stuff, more instrumental stuff, that stuff is usually easier to place, but you go about it very differently because normally a production company has contracts with a music library to pull stuff only from that specific music library. This is where AI doesn't really and can't ever really answer, come to the table or screw a lot of this stuff up. I'm sure they'll find a way, but like the production companies usually have ongoing massive contracts with libraries that they're like, we use Epidemic Sound as an example, is who a lot of YouTubers use. And we have a contract with them that they have a library of 8 million plus tracks, or however many hundreds of thousands of tracks. And we have an exclusive deal with you to where you give us a break financially on using your music that's in your library. And so anytime we need something for a show, we come to your library and your library alone, and we use stuff from that. Like they pay them just like a flat fee, and then they're given the legal right to use anything in the library. So if you want to do stuff like that, it's better to go to libraries and offer to compose for them, or have stuff placed in the library. Usually they respond much better to instrumental stuff. So, and the ultimate gig is if you can get a full-time production gig with a music library, a sync library, and then you basically it's kind of like what I do. I'm freelance, but you just sit in your studio all day and they go, okay, we need 5 new like sports pieces. Can you make stuff that sounds like it should be on ESPN? And you go, yeah, cool. So you do a bunch of blasty sports stuff. You want to be like much more versatile as a composer and a producer to do that kind of work. But yeah, it's a question everybody's asking. The other thing that you can do is you can look, there are a lot of resources out there for sync. Like they're not really competitions, but through like Taxi, I know does this a lot. Taxi is like a songwriting and sync placement company. They've been around forever, but there will be open calls for like, hey, we need a song in this style. We need a cover version of a Doors song or a Beatles song or something. And we need it in this very specific, like modern, like we want Hard Day's Night by the Beatles, but it's future bass or something wacky like that. And they'll just put out an open call and hundreds of producers will make the track on spec. We call that on spec, kind of for free, and submit it. And there's, you worked in commercials in the past, and you're like, oh, very cool. Okay, yeah. So you know how like that end of things works then. But they'll put out open calls for submissions, and 200 composers might submit. And if your one is the one that gets chosen, you get 10 or 20 grand for the contract. And I've known a couple of guys over the years who just do those year round. Like every week they're submitting to a new thing. And as long as they, they'll submit 50 in a year, as long as they get 2 or 3, they've made all their money for the year. There's guys where that's their whole job. They just do spec stuff all day long. It's very hard to do that because there's no guarantees. And, you just never know. So, yeah, there's a bunch of info on the sync world for you. It's the life. I mean, yeah, but it's like, it's a scary ass life because you're like, you have no idea if or when anything is going to hit. And so you kind of have to just hope and pray on an ongoing basis that your thing gets picked. And if it doesn't, then, well, you didn't make any money this year. This is why I don't do spec work. I do everything work for hire. Either you're homeless or you're rich as, yep, exactly. But anyways, sorry, I'm off on a rant, but, yeah, really, really nice track, man. Thank you for sharing. Very, very cool stuff. And, yeah, I hope some of that was helpful. Some ideas for you, some info. But let's keep it moving along here with ASAP Sly. Are you still with us in chat, ASAP Sly? You are next on the list, followed by, got a few people in queue here, followed by Oren Hockey. But ASAP Sly, let's see here. Are you still chilling with us? Yeah, of course. No worries. It is my pleasure. Yes, I think ASAP Sly is still in here with us. Oh, what's up, Jack? Good to see you, buddy. Welcome on in. This is my home, ASAP Sly. Hamida, what's fresh, man? How's it going? What's up? Good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while.
You were what I called my home. You were what I called my home. You were what I called my home. You were what I called my home.
You're follower number 300. We love it. Dude, great track. This is lovely. ASAP, are you in chat? Chime in if you're in chat. I think you're in here. I see you lurking. This is fantastic. It says you're working in BandLab, which is really, really impressive. So I'm assuming you'll have to let me know if this is mostly like loops or if you wrote, like create any of the loops on your own. But the groove is really, really nice. The arrangement overall is really, really nice. Lyrics are nice. Your vocals sound super solid. Really nice selection on the on all the sounds. Good evening, Opal Wins. Absolutely any genre is completely fine. Do exclamation point feedback in chat. Bass music is absolutely welcome. I love it. Really, the only stuff I try to shy away from, like our one hard and fast rule is nothing AI. And we'll say that on the form. If you do exclamation point feedback as a chat command, you'll get a link to a little Google form. If you just fill that out for me real quick, just lets me know like your track, the DAW you're working in, what you're looking for feedback on. that would be awesome. But yeah, no AI stuff. And then like if it's anything that's like super like vulgar, I tend to stay away from it. Or if it's just like memey, like noise music, or we get that occasionally, that we'll usually skip over. But no, other than that, like literally any genre is more than welcome. But no, I think ASAP, you specifically are looking for feedback here on the mix. I think the mix sounds really, really nice. Let me listen. It's Avia. What's up, Avia? Good to see ya. Yes, please, by all means. Everybody jump in the queue. Up next, we got Oren, and then I'm not sure who after that.
You were what I call my home. Like a funny house and go. Fuck whoever you want.
No, smut, I'm out there. Yeah, sorry. Twitch TOS is pretty specific on such topics.
But don't you see this year,
You were what I called my home. You are what I called my home. You were.
The mix sounds great, man. The mix sounds really excellent here. I like if you really wanted me to nitpick, I'd say vocals down a touch. They're just a little bit hot, and I could use a little more drums overall. Tjurbor? Oh, that's a tricky one. TJ. We'll call you TJ. I hope that's all right. Thank you so much for the follow. Hello, how's it going? Yeah, the vocals are like a touch hot, and I feel like the drums could be a little bit more.
I called my home.
Wheel of Doom, indeed. Wheel of Doom is for when we're producing stuff. Right now it's Feedback Friday, so we're doing feedback on artists' works. TJ's good. Okay, great. You never know. I always like to double check. I'm like, sometimes usernames are easy. Sometimes usernames are very hard.
You were what I.
But no, the Wheel of Doom is for most of what my stream is about typically is I'm a full-time professional producer, composer. So a lot of my stream is me doing like commissioned work for clients and talking through my process and plugins that I use, songwriting, music theory, mixing, all that kind of stuff. And Hameda, I'll get to your question in just a second. But the Wheel of Doom is people can make me add or remove stuff from songs that I'm working on. So that's kind of what that's all about. But it is a fun one for sure. So if you tune back in at some point and I'm working on a piece, I do a lot of like game scoring specifically. Why is the overlay not working? A wheel should be popping up right now and making a bunch of noise, but it's not. It's not doing the thing. Oh, do I have it off? Oh, I have it off. That's why. There we go. There's a bunch of stuff. Best funk song. Excellent. We love it. Okay, the wheel should work now, but it's not really for feedback time. It just basically says like, oh, add drums, or picks like a random thing for me to add to the song. There it goes. There's the wheel. So add the sound. If I were producing a track right now, you guys would get to choose Super would get to choose what sound gets added to the song next. But anyways, but yeah, ASAP Sly, just to finish up here for you. This is great, man. It sounds really, really nice. Drums up a tiny bit, vocal down a little bit.
Called my home. You were what I called my home.
Other than that, it sounds great. And this is honestly, it said you're working in BandLab. This is a great example of how good you can get stuff sounding in BandLab. A lot of people are like, oh, it's free. It's not. You can do great productions in BandLab. So thank you for sharing, man. Really, really nice track. Please come back anytime and share more of your stuff because I love this. The writing is solid. The arrangement's solid. Like I said, you've chosen sounds that are super nice and all work really, really well together. So great job. 5 stars. 2 thumbs up. I love it. Okay, wow, we've got quite the queue here. Just to let everyone know where the queue for feedback is at, we've got Oren next. Then we've got TJ. Then we've got Opal Wins. Then we've got Avia. So we're locked and loaded here. We're going to get through get through things as fast as we can, but I always want to give good feedback, So, but yeah, thank you, ASAP Sly. I love it. Let's check out Oren Hockey. What you got going on? Level 7 producer. You play piano. Excellent. We love it. So do I. Working in Ableton. Very cool. I've been playing around with Ableton recently. As long and psychedelic journey, kind of meant for walking. Okay. Very, very cool. Well, just since we have so many people in queue right now for feedback, I probably won't do all 7 minutes. I hope that's okay, but we'll definitely, I might skim a little bit, but we will definitely, we will check out a good chunk of it for sure. Oh, thank you, Opal Lens. Yes. After this, somebody remind me. I will definitely. I'll give you guys a quick little tour of everything that you can't see. I'll do that while this is playing back. And Hameda, I still haven't forgotten about your question. I do have resources for you. We'll talk. Remind me again in a minute. We'll talk about it. This is sick. What did you do for the drums here? Is this like, is it a sample that you cut yourself or loops, or are you programming it? Oh, thank you, Super. Yeah, Discord. Addictive drums. Nice. You programmed it yourself. Excellent job. Really cool groove. Love the percussion. Okay. Very mild, like tribal tech house vibes. What, that's a tape delay. That's like a Roland Space Echo situation. What are you using for that? There's two that I use, which is the RE201 from Echo Boy? Okay, yep, absolutely. 100%. Sounds great. Yeah, I use there's one from Arturia that sounds really excellent, then one from IK that's part of T-Rex. Both are good. The T-Rex one is a little buggy, so I usually end up using the Arturia one. Okay. Quite Vice, how's it going? Thank you for the follow. Oren, you and I will get along very, very well. I love stuff like this. And I produce a lot of stuff kind of in this vibe. This is great, man. This is absolutely great. I don't even know. I'm doing great, Quite Vice. Welcome to Feedback Friday. We're just hanging out and listening to people's tracks and talking about it. Here, I'll give you, since we got so many new friends in here right now, I'll give you guys my quick spiel so you kind of know what's going on. Hi, I'm Nathan Scott. I am a professional composer, producer, multi-instrumentalist, mix master engineer, been in the business for 16 years. Most of what my stream is about is music production. So I do a lot of scoring for indie video games. I do artist production. I do commercial production. I hang out. I make tracks for people, do commissioned work for my clients, and talk through my process, the plugins that I use, how I write, how I compose, how I mix, master, all that kind of stuff. I love answering questions about production and giving people advice. We also do feedback for people. We do Feedback Friday, which is all about hanging out, vibing to you guys' tracks and giving the best feedback that I can about anything you want feedback on. Also going to start doing some live looping performance stuff in the future. But yeah, so that's, awesome. Thanks, Opal Wins. I appreciate it. Yeah, we like to have fun around here. Anyways, yeah, man, like mix what you wanted, let me check again. Songwriting and production, I think were your two things that you checked. It's fucking great. It's fantastic. I love the builds. I know we didn't like listen to every second of it, but you're building in really smart ways. Your things are moving in really smart ways. I like how it evolves and you like bring in different drum sounds. I love that first groove that you said was addictive is great. I use Superior Drummer and I play Kit and I do all that kind of like layered and like kind of break beaty stuff all the time. Also this percussion stuff. There's an electronica group. Yeah, absolutely, Jekyll. Agreed 100%. There's an electronic group from the 90s called Afro Celt Sound System that you should check out. That's all very much stuff in this vein that's like very vibey and a lot of like world influence. I've traveled a ton as well all over the world. So I have a whole collection of percussion instruments that I've collected back there. So I love all of those textures. I like the vocal, like trem, vocal choppy stuff is really cool. The mix sounds really nice. If anything, my only real point of feedback would be like, I feel like you could go a little bit harder with like compression and just pumping things a little bit. Like the mix sounds very clean, which is really nice, but there's maybe a little more character here and there, like some band passing, some like tape kind of emulation stuff. I know you're using the tape delay, which sounds very cool, and doing the like ride the feedback trick on that Echo Boy kind of space echo situation is a great thing. But like I love throwing like little cassette tape saturation and emulation on stuff. I love like a little too much compression on the drums and then like blend it back in parallel. If you've got a good compressor that'll do like wet dry, is a great trick. So like put a compressor that has a mix knob or a wet dry knob for parallel compression on your drums, really slam them and get them like really thick and chunky sounding. Here, I can actually, let me show you this trick real quick in case you guys don't know about parallel compression. Parallel compression is awesome. Let me pull up this, Remixed is a very chilled track, bringing out other instruments darker. Yeah, darker, I think could be an interesting direction. But this was like just a little idea for a house track I was working on the other day. Psychologically darker. Oh, sure. Interesting. Yeah. It's very, I like your description of it could be used for like walking. It's very much a like, very much a vibe in that. Yeah, I love that as a direction. It makes sense, a lot of sense to me. I would totally just go walk around Manhattan and listen to something like that. But like, this is just a little house idea that I was working on the other day. So, like, here's my Superior drummer, and I could take, like, one of my favorite compressors is Volt Compressor from Goodhertz, because it's great for just like totally slamming drums. But I could pull up like a really aggressive preset, like this, right? That's like way too much compression. That's way over the top. But we have this wet dry knob, which just blends the compressed signal with the dry signal. And if I take this and I bring it back about 50%, it keeps all that energy of really compressed and slammed drums. You certainly could, Oren, absolutely. You certainly could do that. But it kind of gives you the best of both worlds. Like, it gives you all that energy of the super compressed, but it doesn't sound overly pumpy and kind of distorted. So you put it like there, you know. Yeah. So parallel compression is an excellent trick to get, like, again, that super crushed sampled sound out of your drums, but not have it be totally over the top. Because some of those artifacts are really nice and we like them, but sometimes they can be a little bit too much. So I think, anyways, point being, playing around with that a little bit, not being afraid of like going for some like grittier sounds, some more characterful sounds, could be a cool thing for you to play a little bit more with. Yeah. Like, that drum groove is great, but I kind of want it to be a little more like, just, you know, gritty. Other than that, like, that's really all I got for you, though. Other than that, it's a fucking great track. Super mellow. I love the vibe. I love that it's long, but you go so many different places with it. It definitely goes on a journey. I talk about that a lot, like dynamics and arrangement, you know, all that kind of stuff. I think you nailed it. So 5 stars. It's great. Super, super vibey. And thank you very much for sharing. Let's go ahead and check out who we got next. Who do we got next? Oh, the queue grows. Up next is going to be, who do we got? TJ. Excellent. But let me answer a couple of questions first. First of all, Hanetta asked a little while ago here if I had any good recommendations for how to learn mixing. I actually have a course that I taught over on a website called TrueFire. I've taught with TrueFire for many, many years. I've done many courses over there, primarily focused on bass and guitar performance. But I have a course called Mixing Mastery, where I break down mixing 3 different genres of, I think I cover rock and blues and something else. I actually have a couple of mixing and production courses over on TrueFire. So you go to truefire.com, search for my name, Alex Scott, or A. Nathan Scott should bring me up as well. That's kind of my fancy composer name. You can find that. That is a resource for you. I think it's $10, and I get a few dollars of that. So that would be neat. Other than that, you know, there's great YouTube channels around. I'm a big fan of Produce Like a Pro with Warren Hewart, which is Africalt Sound System is sick. I know, right? That, and then check out Tabla Beat Science, which is, I think it's Zakir Hussain, is another thing in that vibe that's absolutely scrumptiously, deliciously awesome. Seriously taking notes, indeed. Produce Like a Pro is great. Who else is really good on YouTube? Red Means Recording for more electronic stuff. He's excellent. Yeah, you know, stuff like that. I also, I've been talking with people more about doing one-on-ones. So get in the Discord and get at me. I would be happy to chat with you about doing a one-on-one if you were interested in that. I'm also, if people want more of a mixing kind of, resources for me. Also, my personal YouTube channel, I'm posting stuff. It's stuff I do on stream, but I'm putting up a lot of videos about mixing and writing there. So you can go check that out. Just A. Nathan Scott on YouTube. You can find me. So yeah, there's a couple of things. I know most of them involve me, but shameless self-promotion on the internet. Haha, this is my job. But yeah, get at me in Discord. We'll chat. And I can think of some other things to send for you too. Quiet Vice Music. I don't think I've ever heard of Studio One Pro. Is it good? Have you worked in other DAWs? Yes, I've worked in many DAWs. I am a big, more shameless self-promotion. You got to do it. You can't not do it. But no, you don't have to learn from me. There's a million great resources out there. Produce Like a Pro, Red Means Recording are two of my favorites, I would say, for talking about mixing and production stuff. Produce Like a Pro is Warren Hewitt. He's more he's worked with Aerosmith and The Fray, and he's more on the rock, kind of old school rock and pop direction. Red Means Recording does amazing electronic stuff. Dr. Mix is really cool too. He's got good videos. But no, I love Studio One because Studio One is kind of best of all worlds, right? So here, we can pull up, this is a really great example of this. It'll take a minute to open. Because I produce a lot of different kinds of music for a living. I do game scoring a lot, and that can range from 8-bit old school 90s sounding game soundtracks out to what I'm going to show you guys here, which is a full-on hybrid orchestral. Steve Albini. Yeah, absolutely. Is great. Stuff where I'm using orchestra, I'm doing beat production, I'll do stuff that's hip hoppy, I'll do stuff that is sort of metal, I'll do stuff. And Studio One is just kind of I call it the greatest hits of all the DAWs. So it's got features from Pro Tools, it's got features from FL, it's got features from Ableton. It's very diverse in what it can do. I work in Ableton a little bit doing live looping. I've worked in Bitwig. I worked in FL 20 years ago when I was a kid. I've worked in Logic. I've worked in Pro Tools. I've played around with Cubase a tiny bit. And I always end up coming back to Studio One. FL Gang, absolutely. I know FL is super popular. That is for sure. With good reason. It's a great DAW for doing a lot of stuff. But so just an example of why I like Studio One. This is a track called Final Empire from a game that I'm working on. And it has this is what we would call hybrid orchestral. So I've got a full orchestra, but then also a bunch of other elements as well. My CPU is going to explode trying to play this piece back, but... No worries, Oren. Thanks for hanging out, man, and thanks for sharing your track. That was a ton of fun. Come back anytime, my friend, anytime at all. No, so Studio One just lets you do all of this different stuff. Oh, thank you. Really, really easily. So it's got great features for the orchestral side of things. It lets me handle articulations for my string libraries and my brass libraries really, really well. It also then has great features for beat making. So you can do a lot of stuff. I have Battery from Native Instruments in here handling drum programming stuff. It can do audio editing really well. It has a lot of great mixing features in terms of it's got this mix effects suite of summing processing that's really, really useful. So it's a very versatile DAW that can do a lot of different things. I read the other day FL is going all browser-based. Yeah, I think what I was reading is they're going to have a browser-based option that's kind of like a stripped back version, and it'll just be, you'll be able to import and export like projects from it, which I think is actually really smart and is something I would totally use for people like doing feedback. You could just give me the session and I could go in and like show you what I would tweak kind of stuff. I think that's going to be cool. Only thing I hate about FL is their video engine, which really sucks. Scoring on FL is so satisfying, and scoring for pictures is almost impossible. Yeah, that's tricky. No one has really cracked. I think Cubase is the best at like video sync stuff. Studio One's okay, but it's not great. So anyway, yes, that is why I use Studio One. But in any case, yeah, let's keep going with some feedback here, shall we? Up next, we've got TJ. Sorry, I keep getting distracted, guys. You're giving me too much fun shit to talk about. But this is from TJ, who is in chat with us. Level 7 producer. I love it. You play drum pad. Very good. Working in FL. Tear Out made in 24 hours as part of a sample challenge. I love it. Super sick.
Spread the news. It's coming way down here. Oh, it's gonna touch everyone, even those who don't see. They're gonna wonder what's going on. Don't matter what they think. Oh, when it touches, they
Just calling it as I hear it. I love what you went for with the vocals here. It's a little sharp. It's a little bit harsh. But very cool vibe though. Jesus. Gotcha. Okay. What are you mixing on, TJ? Are you mixing on headphones, or do you have monitors? And if so, what specifically are they? Your programming and automation is insane. I love all of that. Sick. Okay. Holy shit, man. Let's go through. I got a couple of things for you. First of all, your production chops are insane. Like the amount of like automation that you could churn that out in 24 hours is extremely impressive. I know exactly how much like automation and just work goes into all of the fine finessey details of producing stuff like this. I did an OST last year for a game called Ares VR. It's like a stealth action game, and I didn't go this far, but I know what is involved in doing stuff like this. So your production chops are insane. The arrangement of the track is excellent. Where all your drops are, I love that second build and drop is great. My two main points of feedback for you: one, on my system, 11 hours locked in, I believe it. On my system, it is very bright. It is a very, very bright mix. Brain was fried. Oh yeah, absolutely. I know the feeling well. I tell you guys a story. I once produced 260 tracks in 45 days for a commercial client. So I know that was years ago, but I know how you feel. The mix is really bright and really like upper mid and top end forward and less bass forward. I would rebalance that a little bit personally. And this is more in terms of the master. I think like the mix of the track of all the elements is excellent. Like it was, I can hear everything pretty clearly, but it's on my system at least. I'm working on Atom A8Hs. I am the low end is pretty pulled back, and it's very, very, I would say, verging on a little bit harsh. And honestly, I think that since you did this so quickly in 11 hours, when ear fatigue comes, the first thing to go is your top end. And especially with stuff like this that is really, really intense, my guess is that by the end of that 11 hours, the top range of your hearing was a little cooked, and you probably pushed out your highs pretty significantly on the master as you were finishing the track up. So it's translating as extremely bright. That would be my first piece of feedback. My second piece of feedback is, and I talk about this a lot, I don't know if you went for a specific LUFS target here. It sounds like in the -3 range. I used to talk a lot more about LUFS and LUFS targets. I've decided to talk about it a little bit less because I know that there's guys who are pushing. I mix to like -14 to minus. No worries, Avia. You're up next, or maybe one after. I typically go for -13 to 14 if I'm doing rock or pop or something like that. If I'm trying to push something more, I'll go to -10, -9. I know there's guys who are mixing and aiming for -6.5. Interesting. Okay. That's about as hot as I would want. I think you're even more than the LUFS thing. You're just hitting you've got a limiter or a compressor or a lot. You gotta get to -2. No, Avia. No. None of that. You're hitting the compressor or the limiter, whatever you've got on your master bus pressing, you're hitting extremely hard to the point where I think +5. Track is one of the quietest in the competition. See, that's a bummer for me to hear, because you can get loud, but there comes a point where, especially when it's not even about LUFS, it's about compression, right? There comes a point where you hit compression on your master bus so hard that you start to lose a lot of detail and a lot of space and a lot of dynamic. And that's not necessarily loudness, right? You can have a track that's not very compressed and just very loud. And you can have a track that is over compressed that is very quiet. Like those, LUFS and compression are, the goal is to make it sound like -2 without being -2. Exactly. That's actually a very, very good way of putting it. And so I think that you've got a lot of top end here that's maybe pushing out a little bit more than I would want. And I think you're hitting the compression against, not about LUFS. It's about how much you're compressing. It feels extremely extremely squeezed to me. Like I know there's so much detail in the you also lose any transients. Exactly. And this mix to me is feeling like it's in that direction more than I would want to hear it. It's so crushed, which can be a genre thing as well, but it's so crushed that I know how much work you put into all of these elements and all that automation and all the sound design, and it's spectacular. But I think if you were to back off on the compression a little bit and just work with that a little bit more to try to give it more breadth and more space dynamically in the mix. In a competition setting is one thing, but the thing I always say is like, if people want it louder, you've got a volume knob. Most distribution platforms that aren't SoundCloud are going to automatically normalize you to minus 14 anyways, right? So you aren't really gaining a whole lot. You have to have a solid mix if you want to make something extremely loud. Yes, you do. And that's kind of what I'm saying. Like you want to approach that in the mix first, and then with really smart compression decisions on the master, and make sure that that is all like if you can get your track ignoring loudness to just sound absolutely slamming. What's up? Hola, pollo. ¿Cómo estás? How's it going, buddy? You're going to be in much, much better shape. This to me, like, I love your production so much. It's so intricate and so detailed. But it's definitely feeling a little overbaked on the master, and it's really bright, which again, I think probably is just ear fatigue in your circumstance, from working on the track for that long. So, but it slams though. Like ultimately what matters is the track is excellent. These are more like technical things that I'm not even saying like go back and change it or, it sounds bad or anything. It sounds fucking awesome. Your production chops are insane. Just, again, it's feedback, right? I'm just kind of, I am giving what I am getting, so to speak. And hopefully it is helpful in some way. Yeah, absolutely. No, it's my pleasure. That is what I am here for. But yeah, the loudness thing is always tricky. I talk about it all the time because I get a lot of tracks for feedback that are in these styles and they're super, super pushed. And like, I'm not even the best guy, honestly, to talk about it because I do like orchestral scoring and shit. So I'm not like on the front lines of like really ripping EDM production. I know there's all kinds of different guys that are doing different things. All I know is what I hear. And to me, perceived loudness is better than physical loudness. Agreed 100%, Avia. 100%. And that's like, I come from an old school world. I'm 35. I grew up in a recording studio thanks to my dad. I know how to work on tape machines. The records that I love the most came out in like the 70s. So I'm always, that's the perspective that I'm bringing. And and there's a guy like Deadmau5 is a great example. His mixes smash. They absolutely smash you over the head. I got to get more water. I'm just the last drops of my coffee here. But Deadmau5 is so good at making a track that absolutely punches you in the face and yet feels open and spacious and detailed and intimate all at the same time. And that's always like, to me, that is better, and it being a little quieter side by side with another track than something that's just loud. You know what I mean? So anyways, just some food for thought. But like I said, man, your production chops are insane. The arrangement's great. I love that second drop is so good and so well done. Those toms, I wish you'd gone to triplets where it's like, if you go to a go to like 8th note triplets for a second would sound really cool there. Other than that, absolutely fantastic. Great sound design, great sound choices, and props on the 11 hours. If you guys want to hear the story of the time that I did 216 tracks in 45 days, I will happily tell it. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and scoot right along. Who do we got next? Opal Winds. We've got Opal Winds next. Man, great tracks today. Just absolutely fantastic tracks today from everybody. I love it. Level 8 producer, very good. Working in FL, we love it. A little bit of everything. Just want to hear general thoughts. Okay. This is the title track off your first album released under a new alias, EPOS, 10-track concept album that blends orchestral music with experimental bass music. I love it. Every track in the album is tied to this. It is tied to this one in some way. Okay, sick. Yeah, I'll tell the story here in a minute, but I want to hear this first. And then I think, here, let me tell you guys where Q is at as well here for feedback. This is Opal. Next, we've got Avia, and then after that, we have Hameda. So we're working our way through here. Very, very good. But yeah, we'll listen to this from Opal wins, then we'll do a little quick story. Also, Opal, I see this is about 8 minutes long. We probably won't do the whole thing. That's pretty long, but we'll listen to a good chunk of it, and then I might skim a little bit. Just to make sure we have enough time for everybody here. I have not, Pollo. Is that plugin? Is that piano? Is that a VST or is that a real piano? Is it Keyscape? Oh, free piano by Labs. Oh, okay, very sick. That sounds great. Sounds like the C7 Grand in Keyscape too, a little bit. Okay, gotcha, for sure. Shimmer's great. Cool. This is stunning. mean, they said orchestral and experimental bass. I would just calling it out as I hear it. This is another situation where you want to be real careful with how hard these bass elements are hitting your master bus, because I'm losing as soon as that stuff came in. I started losing top end and like losing air and definition from that bass synth, hitting that master really hard and kind of pushing all that orchestral stuff out of the way in a way that's not. I still want to hear both. You know, I want there to be room for all that really beautiful, intricate stuff to still have the air and the space and the detail, but to have that synth still be up front. And it's a tricky one, because I do hybrid scoring like this all the time, and it's a tricky balance to get your bass elements really slamming and your like drums and all that stuff when you've got such delicate textures. One idea for you on that front is something that I do. And I closed that session, but I'll take all of my orchestral instruments and all that kind of fragile top end airy stuff, and I'll send it all to its own bus in my session. And I send all the groove elements, all the electronic elements to a bus. And then if I have more middle like synth stuff, I'll send that to a bus. And that kind of gives you different ways you can sidechain things more effectively and EQ things and like do imaging stuff where like you could even automate. For example, instead of just making your bass and kick elements really loud, automate your strings to go really wide, right? So put like an imaging tool, the imager in Ozone maybe, or a quad image from T-Rax, or even just go into your scoring VST and automate the pans for your instrument so that they're really present in that beginning section. And then right as you get to where those synths are coming in, push them way out to the outside, because that's then going to clean up your whole middle channel, your mono, right? That's a great idea too, Avia. Absolutely. And even like automating your master, right? Or again, you can do that with buses too, like treating it almost like you're mastering from stems, where you've got all those electronic elements on one bus, all your orchestral stuff on another bus. Just different ways of controlling those elements to, instead of going for loud, go for control. Get stuff out of the way of other stuff. Yeah, Avia, that's a great point as well. And when I'm doing mastering, like when I was working on the Aries soundtrack, I have sections in that stuff. It's not orchestral, but where I've got really delicate, gentle, soundscapey stuff, and then other things coming in. And I will go in and automate my master processing. I'll automate the master volume on the whole track. I'll fly it into my mastering suite in Studio One and like do clip gain automation on the track itself, on the 2-track, like the stereo mix. There's a lot of ways to handle it, because there's just no world in which, violas can keep up with Serum. It's just not going to happen, right? So you got to be really, really deliberate and really careful with those elements to get everything still in a place where it's shining really well. Sick. I feel so bad that we have to skim this a little bit, but we got more people in queue that we got to get to. Okay, everybody go listen to this all the way through. I'm sorry we can't. I do got to kind of skim it though. Everybody should go listen to this whole thing because it's insane. Oof. And I love what you're doing. All this kind of that the chromatic movement in your left hand, and that like major minor like modal interchange. That's all such gorgeous movement. I love that stuff. It reminds me of Everything in Its Right Place, Radiohead. Right? Absolutely gorgeous writing, gorgeous voice leading. Could you send the whole mix to one bus and make a mastering chain on that, and then send the whole mix again to another bus? Make a different crossfade to the second. Okay, gotcha, Opal. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I did a whole reharm years ago.
Kai wants
What's
feedback
up?
on their
Hi,
song.
how's it going? Good to see you, man. Yeah, we've got a pretty significant queue at this point, but we will get to it as quick as we can. I did a reharm years ago of Everything That's Right. That's really similar to what you're doing. Can't even play it anymore. Yeah, all that kind of shit. It's lovely. Lovely. And anything like that, we call that, if you ever want to sound really smart and you do something like that, we call that sesh, C-E-S-H, contrapuntal elaboration on static harmony. When you just suspend two notes, like let's say C and G, and then you just move bass shapes underneath it. It's a great trick to get CESH, contrapuntal elaboration on static harmony. It's a stupid name for it. CESH. But yes, you say it's sesh. Yes, exactly. It's a UNT thing. It's how they teach harmony at UNT. But it's something we all do. You know, it's not it's not anything too terribly like great. It's something like all composers kind of do all the time. That's just like the really fancy way of talking about it. Because it is, your static harmony is up here, and it can be one note, it can be two notes, it can be three notes. Yeah, you know, it's nerd speak. Absolutely. Oh, it's total nerd speak. 100%. But no, Opal, what a staggeringly beautiful piece of music you've written here. I'm sorry we can't do all 8 minutes of it. We do got to move on because we still have like 5 people in queue to get to, I think. Oh, maybe, well, no, we've only got 2 in right now. But somebody else just submitted as well. I think it was Kai. Here, let me look back up through chat. Sorry, we've been doing a bunch of stuff. Yeah, so if anybody has submitted for feedback, you'll get a link when you do ! feedback. You'll get a link to a little Google form. If you don't mind filling that out for me real quick, let me know when you do in chat. Just tells me a little bit more about you, your track, what you're looking for feedback on. I had flashbacks to Shawshank Redemption. Okay, interesting. But yeah, if you're looking for feedback, just fill that out for me. We're probably coming up on the end of feedback here. Not quite. We've probably got another hour to go here. Then I'll probably try to stream. But anyways, yeah. So somebody else said something that I wanted to look at. Could you send the whole mix to one bus and make a mastering chain on that, and then send the whole whole mix to one bus mastering chain on that, and then send the whole mix again to another bus channel, make a different mastering chain on that, and then have the first bus 100% at the beginning and then crossfade. Yes, you could do that. It would be tricky to manage that volume-wise a little bit. Because you would have to really play with your automation as you were crossfading them, and you could introduce phase issues depending on to have like two versions of the same signal. You could have phase issues between the two. It would be very tricky to do in automation. A better way to do that would be to just separate the two parts of the production, do a master on one, do a master on the other, and then treat it as like an editing task, as opposed to like full automation of different master. But because if you start to use especially anything like inductor EQs, for example, or like more like vintagey type gear, a lot of times can introduce phasing issues, or certainly any time-based effects. Like if you have multiple choruses going on something, or different reverb tails, your phasing would be a big problem there. And then just gain management, making sure you're not hitting anything too hard. You'd have to really fine-tune your automation. But it's not that it's an invalid idea. That's actually would bring some interesting different things that you could do with that. But anyways, yeah. And no worries, Quite Vice. Did you have a track in for feedback, Quite Vice? I can't remember. Because if you did, I don't want to not get to your track. I'm not seeing you in the form, but let me know if you had put one in there. But either way, if you got to go, no worries. Thank you very much for hanging out. We do very much appreciate the conversation always. No? Okay, cool. No worries. I just want to make sure. Occasionally, especially when we've got a lot of people in queue, I try to never skip anyone. That's very important to me. Woo! Don't have anything. Okay, cool. Well, either way, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. And please come back anytime. I am always around. I stream Monday through Friday at 2 p.m. Eastern U.S. time. So hope to see you again soon. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, moving right along here, we've got Avia. The feedback limited. Yeah, feedback is limited to one track per stream. It's just specifically so we can kind of get through everybody's track. Just like make sure that we kind of have time for everyone. But like I just said, I stream every day, Monday through Friday. And on my normal daily streams, when I'm doing more production work, I usually, the first hour of stream or so, I let people do feedback as well. So I would love to hear more of your stuff. And I always keep that's why I keep all these tabs open, because after I finish streaming, I'll go back and listen to stuff, and I will absolutely check more of your stuff out. It's really impressive, man. It's really, really, really impressive. The writing, just everything about it, your sound selection, I love it. I don't know if you have thought about doing game scoring, or if you are interested in doing that kind of, you'd be a shoo-in for it, man. Absolutely a shoo-in. Thank you for sharing, man. It never ceases to amaze me. The quality of stuff that comes in on here. It's just incredible. Your muffin fell apart. Oh no. Yeah, Opal, the game scoring world is tricky, man. I am lucky in that I have gotten hooked into a couple of kind of larger networks of developers, so I'm getting work relatively consistently. But it's definitely a funky world. Not the muffin. All right, Avia. I'm happy to talk to you about that, Opal, because I definitely have some thoughts for you. Let's get to the end of this track and we'll talk about that. But uh, honestly, sending portfolios is in my experience not how you want to go about it. We'll talk. Nice little fake out at the end there. Thick, man. Really nice. Really nice groove. Good sound design. I want more. This is going to sound kind of crazy. I want more low end from your bass synth. It's coming across on my system as a tiny bit thin on the bottom end. I want more of that rich sub in there. Like the kick sounds really nice. It's really punchy, but the kick feels a little more low mid forward. Like it's got more body and like knock to it in that kind of 200 to 400 region. I want more like 60 hertz in the kick, and then also in your bass synth. I think the bass synth could come up. I think the bass synth could be, use something like a sub synth, kind of like a sub harmonic enhancer kind of a thing could be cool on that bass synth, or just try to tweak the synth patch itself a little bit to bring out more like real low 60, 80, 100 hertz fundamental. I think would be really, really nice here and make the track feel really like lush and thick. And then, side chaining that bass to the kick. Your side chaining sounds great, by the way. It's really clean. I love that string element. I love the programming on that. The it's all really, really cool. These builds are great. Great big reverb for the transition. Yeah. No, like all the production overall is great. The arrangement's really, really nice. All that's really strong. I think that's just my one. The mix is nice and well balanced. It's a bit heavy-handed on the master. You can maybe back off the compression a little bit, but it's pretty solid on that front. It's got good amount of space to it. Yeah, that's my main comment for you. Just that thickness, that richness down low in that 60, 80, 100, 120 kind of area. That main bass synth, I feel like could be a lot more present down there. And even with the side chain, then it'll have that thickness down at the bottom. You could also use something like like an exciter. Like I know the exciter in Ozone is really, really nice. If you set it to tape mode on that lowest band of frequencies, I do that all the time. Like 200 hertz and under, 180 hertz and under, that kind of true lows, subby things. Give it some more saturation there. Just pump it out a little bit. I think would sound really, really nice here. But great track, super groovy. Very cool textures. Yeah, great arrangement. Chair. Have to figure out how to fix it. My chair has done this for a year. I don't know how to fix it. It'll just randomly go to recline mode without me asking it to. It's very startling. But yeah, thank you for sharing, man. Extremely sick. And yeah, I hope just a few little ideas for you. I hope it is helpful. But no, we're going to talk about Opal. Don't know what to do. Just recently graduated in sound design. Congratulations. That's awesome. There's literally 0 opportunities in Italy. You don't even know where to start. It's been 6 months of sending portfolios and CVs, but absolutely nothing in sight, for sure. So you got to think of it this way. You and every other kid who has just graduated from game design school or from game music is doing exactly the same thing. Everybody is just going to random studio sites or studios of games that they love. I was just talking with a developer that I'm hopefully going to be pitching to in the next couple of weeks. We're going back and forth about it. But he told me very frankly that I mean, their game is in development. They've got some social media traction on Instagram and TikTok and stuff with their development process. And he said they have people throwing them their reels and their resumes left and right, just like to their website, and to them on social media. But in my experience, what developers really want to see is they want to see that you have shipped stuff, because yeah, no worries, Avia. My pleasure. Thank you again for sending it in. It's great. Being really good at sound design, being really good at just the raw act of scoring is, I think that is a sign that you should sleep. Go get some rest, buddy. It's okay. I'll be here, not next week. I'm out next week, but I'll be back the week after that. In the new year for a new year of awesome streams. So don't you worry about it. I've worked on 15, 16 games at this point. Most of those games were abandoned in the dev process, so I don't have a lot of stuff I can point to. But I've worked with a number of different developers on a bunch of different projects, and 50% of the job is not writing music. 50% of the job is deliverables, meetings, revisions, data management, helping with implementation, talking to different people on the game team if you're working with a larger developer or just working one-on-one. Like I did a game last year called Androcosm, which I kind of co-wrote with the lead developer on the game. And like we would spend hours on Discord calls talking about the game, talking about the world, talking about the lore, talking about implementation ideas. Like so much of it is not direct. Like you have to be good at scoring, obviously, but it is all of the experience that comes with actually working in like a professional capacity. And from the kids that I've talked to who have gone to school for sound design and composing, they teach you how to be a great composer, but they don't really seem to talk a whole lot about like what the job actually entails. Like, yes, you may know all of this sound design theory and how to use synthesizers and stuff. Do you know how to keep a good, clean project management spreadsheet and maintain it? And you know how to give somebody deliverables that will loop correctly? Do you know how to do adaptive implementations in Fmod or Wise? Do you have projects that you can showcase for that? Like those are all really important skills. And actually what most developers are looking for in a composer is not somebody who can write the best music. Being the best composer isn't really a part of the conversation. It's solving problems for somebody, right? And so the more games that you can show that you've shipped, which is also very hard to do because you're like, well, I want to get games so that I have games that I've shipped and they're on my resume, but I can't get any games. So it's a self-defeating kind of a thing. But like I have had more luck connecting with people directly in community situations. So on Discord, on Reddit, on LinkedIn, it was just one I've started in the last couple of weeks, and I'm already seeing some good signs where it's not about going, hey, what's up? I'm a composer. Here's my portfolio. Here's my reel. I really want to work on your game. Can I please work on your game? Please give me work. You start conversations with people where maybe somebody posts something that they're working on in Unreal. And like I saw one the other day that spurned a whole conversation in DMs between me and a developer where they were doing like a crowd movement mechanic in Unreal, where like they were having the character model move through other characters and do kind of the like Assassin's Creed thing where it would like the hands using IK would sort of touch the other NPCs as it was moving through the crowd. It looked really cool. And I just commented, oh, it reminds me of Assassin's Creed, like the first Assassin's Creed game that had a similar crowd movement mechanic. And they commented back and they're like, oh yeah, that's where I got the inspiration. And I was like, how did you go about doing that? And then it turned into a whole conversation about how they were using IK and all this other stuff. And those are usually much better situations. It's slower. It's not like you can, if you're just spamming your portfolio out to a bunch of developers, like, yeah, you can hit up 10 studios in a day, but who else is doing that? If you just go and start being a part of the community, you're going to make much more like legitimate connections with people. And that's going to be a lot more meaningful. And they're going to think of you not as another kid with a portfolio. Yes, there are, Jekla, and I will talk about that in just a second because it's my next point. But they're going to look at you as a colleague, as a peer. They're going to look at you as somebody who's like, oh yeah, that kid, we had a good conversation about something. Also, wasn't he a sound designer? I wonder what his reel is like. It increases the chances that they're going to think of you like that if you're not, spammy or whatever. Recommend some communities in particular. Reddit is great. Honestly, I have gotten multiple games just from conversation. I literally got an entire game to score because I went onto r/GameDevs and I posted, I made a post that was basically, hey, I'm kind of new to game scoring. I'm wondering if there's any communities out there or if there's any other subreddits that are good for networking with developers. And a guy replied to my post and he said, I can tell you it's not Reddit because I'm working on a game right now and I'm actually looking for a composer and I definitely would never look on Reddit for a composer. And I messaged him and I said, that's really good to know. Tell me about your game. And he gave me the rundown of the game. And I said, that's super cool. For what it's worth, here's what I would do on something like that. And I sent him a few examples of what I'd done. And he said, oh, I actually really like this. I ended up, and that's how he found a composer on Reddit. 100% ended up being like a $5,000 contract over the course of 6 months. And it was all because of a conversation. I didn't reach out to him direct. I didn't even know who this guy was. I'd never heard of his studio. It was a sort of a fantasy IVN thing. And that's how I have gotten work. Or I got a game on Fiverr a couple of years ago. I got Androcosm on Fiverr, actually. And then the developer of that game knew a bunch of other developers that he had worked with in the past, and they were all kind of a little posse of dudes who would help each other out on their games. And he ended up getting me 3 other games to work on, right? 2 of them went nowhere. 1 of them is in development hell. Like it's never a guarantee. But it's all these little, you just never know where stuff is going to come from. And you got to look at when you're a kid who's just gotten out of school, yeah, of course, you just go to the contact me page for all these studios and you go, please hire me, please hire me, please hire me. And you watch, Indeed every day for openings. Everybody's doing that. It's slower, but making just good personal connections and being a vocal part of a community. Again, like LinkedIn, there's an amazing indie dev LinkedIn group. I can't remember. I think it's called Indie Game Development. I just recently started pushing a bunch of stuff out on social media, and just having a presence. It's why I'm on Twitch. I've booked a game just here for my Twitch stream. That is in very early development now. We're going to actually get started on composing. That's with Supertonic. Supertonic, who I think he's our mod. He's my mod. He's awesome. He supports the channel a ton. He just found me randomly one day scrolling through Twitch. And I think, I won't speak for Supertonic. Sure seems like you enjoy being in here. You've gifted me a bunch of subs and we talk all the time now because he's a super cool guy. But he's starting to work on a game concept and we're going to start working together on the soundtrack, I think, early next year. And then I'm taking content that I'm doing here on Twitch, I'm cutting that down into short form and long form videos, putting that out across all the social media platforms to just have visibility, right? But how do you get initial stuff? And this speaks to your point, Jekla. Go do game jams. What's a better use of your time to build a network endlessly throwing your portfolio into the void, or just make some damn games, even if you're not making much money doing it. Go on itch.io, look at the game jams that are going on, and just go start doing shit. Because I heard a story, it's not a personal friend of mine, but I heard from somebody in Chatter, in my Discord, recently, that they had a friend who just did game jams for like a year and ended up getting a placement on a track with a Bethesda project and got a huge payout from it because they had done 10 different game jams that year. 2 of them won, and on one of the teams, somebody knew a thing and they called him for a different game jam, and they actually paid him a little bit to do the second game jam, and they loved that track, and then that developer knew somebody who worked at Bethesda, and it just so happened that you never know what's going to happen. You just never know. And so to me, if I could be out doing game jam and then building a site, I'm going to start doing this next year. If I can't find new projects to work on, I'm just going to start doing game jams because I would, it is like hitting the jackpot, but it happens more often than you'd think. And it's only ever going to happen for you. You would only, I mean, this is terrible to say, but you will only hit the jackpot if you play the game, right? That's not to endorse gambling. That's just to say, like, there's kids out there who all they do is game jams, and they get incredible opportunities. And you never know when, you sign up for a 7-day analog horror game jam. Yeah, you might not make anything. It's probably not going to be that much work. And Jekla, to your point, you're going to learn all of those skills. You're going to learn all of this kind of stuff. Here, let me show you guys what I'm talking about. This is what it looks like when I work with a developer. I actually made this specifically for this situation. So this is literally it's a copy paste, and I've removed some of the identifying characteristics about the game. This is what it looks like when I am working with a client. And this is the stuff that, to my knowledge, they really don't teach you in school, which is a shame. So this is for a sci-fi third-person shooter RPG game that I've been working on for the last year. And this is how I organize. When I very first start talking to a developer, this is what we build together. We go through the entire game. We talk about the lore. We talk about the world, the characters, references, inspirations. We chart out what their current game design, like what the scope is of the project, right? And so for this game, it's like there were 4 different enemy factions, and we knew we would need an exploration track, a combat track, and a defeat track for each of these factions. So I build faction number 1, spawners, exploration, combat, defeat. Each track gets its own track ID because in implementation, if you've got 20 tracks named combat in a game, nobody knows which one is which. This way, this combat track is SAL which is the game name shortened, SP for spawners, and then number 2 is combat. All of the combat tracks are number 2. So they know in implementation that that's the track that they're looking for, right? Then the working title for the track, a link to the files, which this is a link that goes directly to a Google Drive with all the deliverables, the total runtime of the OST version, beats and bars for implementation with Fmod, tempo-based implementation, what revision we're currently on for that track, any references that I have for it or that the developers have, my personal notes, the developers' notes, any notes on revisions, implementation notes, so going through if there's different versions of the file. So for this, we have a full version that'll go out on an OST. We then have a looping version that gets triggered after the initial version or the first version plays, right? So understanding how all those loopings, how to include reverb tails at the beginnings of files, and then a simple checklist for have I produced it, have I mastered it, have I invoiced for it, and have I been paid, right? All 4 of the spawners, all 4 of the enemy factions here, and then like the various other, cutscenes. I am learning how to do that now. I do not have a ton of experience in it. I know how it works conceptually, and I know how to do like vertical layering and all that stuff. That's one of the things I want to do next month, actually, is get Fmod and just build something in Unreal in myself, something really simple so that I can have something to show off. For this particular game, they are handling the implementation side, and that's exactly why I put all of this information in here, because they're doing tempo-based implementation using Fmod. And so they have the information that they need here in order to do that on there. So it's like, this is the kind of thing that you only learn how to build by working with a bunch of devs. And so if you go do a couple of game jams, you're going to learn how to do this. Because I've gotten a couple of situations where a developer has hired me when they've had somebody else that was already scoring on the game and they weren't working out, they were hard to work with, whatever the situation was. And I'm coming in to like literally replace somebody. And the number one thing that's a headache for developers is somebody just sending them big, messy Google Drive folders of 9 million combat in parentheses, final dash master dash final dash, no, seriously, this is the final version combat.ogg. It's like, what the hell are they supposed to do with that? You know, learning organization, learning how to take feedback and understand how to do revisions, how to work for 9 hours on a piece and be so proud of it, think it's the greatest thing you've ever written, and send it off into. I know, we all do it. We all start there. There's a reason why every single file I ever make, it just gets a rev 1, rev 2, rev 3, rev 4, rev 5. I never call anything final. I'll call something master when it's a fully mastered version of the track, and then I track it on here as the current revision. So it's like, if the file that they're looking at is revision 3 and on the sheet it says revision 3, that's the final version. The only time I will, and then here I'll show you what a full final delivery on a game looks like. Where is Androcosm? I did full delivery for Androcosm a couple of months ago. Androcosm, here we go. Final. Let's see here. This is going to take a while. So this is what a full delivery looks like. This OST file right here, the zip file, is 2 gigs. And that is everything for this game. So if we look at like in-game music, oh wait, not there. Or sorry, yeah, that's the final delivery. If we look at in-game music here, oh, I need more water. Hang on, let me get a water delivery because I'm loving talking about this. And my husband is out there; he'll bring me water. Yay! So this game, I wasn't doing the track ID system in this game, but I labeled all of the files here, IG, and then the title. And then I did call this final because this is literally like, okay, here's everything. And you're about to ship the game. Because you do have to declare it done at some point. And so this is the final delivery. And then you make sure all your ID3 tagging and your metadata tagging is on point. There's MP3 and OGG versions for absolutely every track. It's organized down into folders. So we have all of the background drones. We have their guitar solo versions of the pieces for reasons, character themes, OST tracks, star map tracks. Water is on the way, super. It's all very, very drilled down and very, very meticulously organized. Keeping track can be really rough without this. Yeah, especially when on Androcosm, I wrote 140 pieces of music for Androcosm. OGG is standard because OGG is lossy compression, but it is sample accurate. So you can loop it. Like MP3s don't loop cleanly. OGGs loop cleanly. But they're very small, and the OGG compression sounds better than MP3 compression does. Whoop. Treats for toast. Boom. In game they use OGG. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. That is the bone stock standard file delivery format for all game audio, whether it's sound effects, music loops, layers, is all OGG Vorbis. And you want to go full quality OGG Vorbis every time because they're the super don't. I would strongly recommend against using Wave because Wave files are literally 10 times the size of OGG files. Thank you, darling. I'll be done soon. He's eating treats. Love you. No, but like if I had used Wave on Androcosm, it would have increased the final delivery 10x, or at least in the game files. Okay, well, your game is going to be 2 gigs larger than it kind of needs to be, is what I would say. Not needs to be. I respect the idea very, very much of not using any kind of compression like that, but it just makes your game a whole lot larger to deliver. Depending on how much music is in it, I guess if you only have a couple of tracks, but yours is going to have a lot of tracks. So, anyways, so yeah, like my advice, bottom line, don't send portfolios, just go be present in game dev spaces, be present on subreddits, find Discord servers, like go into the Unreal, like the official Unreal Discord servers, look around. There's hundreds of Discord servers for devs in different genres, devs using different engines, Godot, Unity, I mean, all this stuff. And just hang out and talk to people, get to know people, get to know their projects, show interest in projects, diversify your skill set as much as you can. Practice with Fmod, practice with Wise, practice in engine implementation, practice other stuff. I do a lot of video editing as well. That's part of my pitch to developers is I'm like, hey, if you ever need a trailer edited, if you need social media content, I've got you covered. I can do writing, and I'm a good creative writer. I've messed around with level design a little bit. I'm not confident enough there to offer to do it for money, but the more problems you can solve for somebody, the more appealing you look. And then in the meantime, while you're doing that, a part of that community building, go do game jams, because that's where you're going to learn this end of everything. You're going to learn how to stay organized. You're going to learn how to ask for feedback and take feedback and action on feedback. Because there's going to be moments where you deliver something that you're so proud of and it sounds incredible, and the developer's going to go, no, I hate it. And it's going to be soul crushing. But the ability to like take that on the chin with a smile and go, absolutely, well, how can we make it better? Is a huge skill. And being able to work quickly, being able to, oh shit, we're under the gun to get something shipped. And, yeah, for sure. And it hurts, but you gotta realize and build up that muscle of this is just business. I'm doing this in service of a greater project and in service of someone else's creative vision. And that's a big skill, but you're going to have stuff where people are like, we need this yesterday. And so you have to be able to push out quality and be ready to take feedback, like at the drop of a hat. So you're like, your workflows have got to be really strong. Your understanding of the tools that you're using have got to be really, really strong. And if you just start looking at it that way as a more holistic, less like hire me, and more, I want to be a part of the world of game development. It's gonna go a lot farther for you, and it's gonna be more effective. It's gonna take longer maybe than just, oh yay, I got a job. But it's gonna be more sustainable because people are gonna start to know who you are as a colleague and as a member of the community. Right, thoughts? I love that username. What's up? Thanks for the follow. Anyways, a bunch of ranting for you about game dev, and how to get going in connecting with people. Hameda, are you still in here, man? I keep getting distracted with rants. We are still doing feedback. And we've got, I think Hameda is last in line. I might take one more if anybody's got one, and then we're probably going to start winding down here. I'm so glad, guys. And hey, join the Discord. I have had at least one other person get a work, or get a little bit of work. Can you drop one? Absolutely, Fright Thoughts, go for it. Already did. Excellent. Thank you. Some dubstep. Oh boy. Very good. Thanks, Jekyll. Yeah. Discord. Go jump in there. Cause there's a few game devs kicking around, and I know at least one person who has, talked to one member of my community, talked to another member of my community who was making a Roblox thing. And I think they ended up working together on it. I don't know where it went, but, you never know. You just never know. Hameda. let's check out what you got going on here. Ooh, a band. I love it. Guitar and vocals. Okay, very good. Ableton Mix and Master's first ever attempt at a live band mix and master. Okay. Now we're going to be doing an entire album, and I'm worried. I'm 100% self-taught and still learning. Awesome. So just so you guys know, for a little bit of context, my whole career started doing exactly this. Before I was like a composer or anything else, I was a touring bass player. I went full-time when I was 20 and toured on the rock and jam band and funk circuit nationally for a very long time, and worked almost exclusively with bands for a really big chunk of my career, doing records and doing shows exactly like this, doing mixing for live bands, all that kind of stuff. Sorry, I forgot to mention Fried Thoughts. If you do exclamation point feedback in chat, or it's in a pinned comment as well. There's a little feedback form. Oh, it was you and Catton making cheesy hangout. Yeah, absolutely. If you just fill out that form for me real quick, it just tells me a little bit more about you, your track, what you're looking for feedback on, and let me know in chat when you are done doing that, and I will we'll take a look at it here in a moment. Already did. Okay, great, cool. I thought I would mention it in case that wasn't obvious.
Oh, you said that you produced this. I'm sorry, but I'm not convinced on which man's shoulders did you lean. You're too busy chasing fame. You don't understand the game. Don't you think
I vibe with these lyrics very hard.
it's time to come clean? They only helped you out for something sweet on the side. There's only so much hill you can let these comments slide. And I am human. Oh, and I'm not your token. But ain't it nice to see that she's the same? Aren't they so kind for letting her lead the way? She is there to inspire the darkest of nights. She's our firefly.
This is a great song. It's really well written.
I'm no representation. I'm under no illusion.
So, Hamada, is this the recording of you guys in the studio and then you were editing it to a live video, or is this a recording of this show? Like you got the multi-tracks off the front of house board and are mixing that?
I'm here because I earned it, and I'm here because I learned it. They question and they patronize how we can reach so high. We're here because we earned it. We're here because we learned it.
And is this you? Is this you singing as well? It's all done at home. Okay, cool.
But ain't it nice to see that she's the same? Aren't they so kind for letting her lead the way? She is there to inspire the darkest of nights. But don't you see?
Excuse me. I love the lyrics. I feel it so hard. Really, really nice job overall. It's a great song. I'm assuming that's you singing? Are you the front person here? That being this being you. Because if it is, you are an incredible singer. You're an absolutely incredible singer, and it's just a good song. Video keeps freezing. Oh no, so terrible. We hate it. Here, let me know when your connection is stable. Because I definitely have like a bunch of. Oh, uh-oh. Hang on. If you guys can hear me, this is actually on my end. If you guys can hear me, it's going to look like stream is ending for a second. It is not, I promise. We are back, I think. Is anyone around? Can anyone hear me here? We're back. My connection on my end is extremely unstable. And I don't know what's going on. If anyone can hear me, hang on. Anyone can't hear me. My internet is freaking out. No idea why. Stick with me for a sec. I'm figuring it out. Yeah, my connection is, still lagging. What is going on? Yeah, my bitrate is all over the place. What is happening? Yeah, I don't know if you guys can hear me. My internet is freaking out, and I don't understand why. I'm trying to. It's just skipping. Yeah, okay. I am trying to. Yeah, the bit rate's really low. Yep, exactly. I'm trying to figure out why exactly that is. 1 second.
Free Thoughts wants feedback on their song.
Stable. Up. Okay, I think stable. Yes, it's looking better, but wait, why is OBS what is happening right now? OBS says I'm streaming at 50 megabit. Okay, now it's going back down. There we go. Okay, I think we're officially stable. OBS is freaking out. I don't know what's going on, but now I'm seeing green. Sorry about that, guys. I think we're back. Okay, everything is good now. Excellent. Sorry, my internet is freaked out, or OBS freaked out for no reason, but everything looks green again now. It looks stable. Thank you for sticking with me through that. I'm very sorry. Latency mode for the win. There you go. Okay, let me just look at one thing here, make sure that this is, where am I on? I need to look at my Twitch. End of things. Are you stable? I think we're stable. What vibe do you want me to submit? Whatever you want, Pride. I am down for absolutely anything. And Fried, you are going to be our last one for the day. So super, if you can please pin that we're going to close for feedback, because I do need to go figure out dinner here in just a little bit. Now it works. Okay, great. I think we were officially fully back. Thank you guys for sticking with me through that. Sorry, that got weird for a second there. Anyways, what I was asking Hameda was, I had two main questions. One, I'm still a little unclear. The audio that we're hearing was recorded at this show, and then you're mixing it after the fact at home? Or did you record this at home and the video is just like reference? Or you're just like syncing it to the video? And then my other question was, is this you singing? Because either way, incredible vocalist, absolutely incredible vocalist. But talking about mixing live bands, it is very, very tricky. Official remix or original, totally up to you, as long as you produced it and are looking for feedback. Really feedback is for like, if you're looking for feedback on something specific, like it's still a track that you are in the process of producing, that's usually kind of the best, because it's most of what I like to do with feedback is try to give, okay, I understand about it. Cool. I try to give like constructive technical feedback on stuff from the perspective of a professional producer, mix engineer, all that kind of stuff. Somebody who's listening on a good system in a tuned room. You sound amazing, Hameda. You sound absolutely friggin' great. So yeah, okay, recorded at home. Very, very good. That definitely gives you a lot more control over things, because I have definitely mixed live performances. Like in terms of like, right now you're updating the WAV files. They're more recent. Okay, great. And you can, a link to pretty much anything is totally fine. So whether it's, SoundCloud, Google Drive, Dropbox, whatever is convenient for you to send it. However, if it's like an MP3 or you have Discord Nitro, you can put it in Share Your Work in my Discord as well. Okay, very cool. I'm just poked over into my Discord and I've got a new friend. We love it. What's up, Opal? How's it going? Okay, great. I just saw that link come in there, Fred. So we'll look at that in a second. So let's see here. What you're going to want to focus on in terms of a live, like working with a live band like this, right? This is really like old school. This is where old school mixing comes into play. So let's see. Let me listen a little more. Overall, your mix is really good. Everything's really clear. You've got really good stereo imaging going on. I think where I hear your voice sounds great. I really like the mix on your voice. It's a nice amount of reverb. All your background vocals are like panned really nicely. That's all strong. Where I hear you, like the work where you could probably improve it is mostly in the drum mix.
You said that you produced this.
Oh no, ad. Oh no. I know when you're back.
Sorry, but I'm not convinced on which man's shoulders did you lean. You're too busy chasing fame. You don't understand the game. Don't you think it's time to come clean?
And drums are very tricky to mix, especially when you've got a full kit, because you've got you usually have a bunch of microphones. How many from you ad revenue? Oh, thank you. Okay, we'll hold back on further comments then. Damn, 4 whole ads. Sorry, guys. No worries, Opal. Thank you so much for comment was more for Hamada. Okay, great, awesome, good to know, Jacklo. Yeah, and Hamada should be back in a second. No, Opal, thank you so much for coming in, man. I really, it's been an absolute pleasure. I stream every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Eastern time in the U.S. I'm based in New York City, so whatever that translates to you for in terms of time, 2 p.m. Eastern in the U.S. Monday through Friday. I'm out next week for the holidays. I'm going to see some family. But after that, after next week, I will be back 5 days a week, streaming and doing work and talking and making content and, doing all the things. So please come back absolutely anytime. Your track is truly, truly awesome. So I would love to hear more of your stuff. I'd love to chat more. I saw you added me on the Discord there. So we will chat more. But thank you very much for popping in, man. I appreciate it. It's been great to connect. Who wants a sub? Oh, man. Is Fried about to start throwing around subs? I love it. It's a very kind offer of you, sir. Anyways, I was going to talk about drum mixing. So drum mixing is definitely really, really tricky, especially if you're using a lot of different microphones. So you typically, I don't know what, you can tell me what your microphone setup on the drums is. Typically, you're going to have 2 overhead microphones. Top and bottom of your snare, one on your kick drum, then one on each tom is kind of like the most basic drum mic setup. One of the most important things to understand about mixing drums is understanding what we call phase coherence. Now, what the hell does phase coherence mean? I will show you what phase coherence looks like. Really doesn't matter what the sound is. That's just hum coming from my my guitar cable. But we can look at this and learn exactly what phase is, okay? Fun fact, we recorded the drums in the back of a venue. Okay, very fun. How did you, what microphones and how many microphones did you use to record the drums? Because phase is oftentimes the biggest problem when you're recording drums. Phase is basically the idea of relationship of shaves over time. I'm assuming you mean waves. Yes, exactly. I'm trying to remember 8 mics with 2 overheads. Okay, great. So phase and phase coherence or phase correlation is basically this idea of when we look at audio, doesn't matter what audio is. Yeah, waves. Exactly. You're 100% right. You can see that generally we have, it's peaks and valleys, right? It's a waveform. So we have parts of the wave that go up. We have parts of the waves that go down. Like we can see this section here of this waveform goes down. This section generally goes up. So when we're looking at these two, we have 2 signals here, right? And they're identical. But think of this like you have your kick drum microphone, right? And then you have your overheads. Imagine that's what we're looking at here. And on every time your kick drum hits, you see the big waveform from your kick drum. Goes up, goes down. Depending on where your mics are, you can get phase issues because if you take this and you put it out of phase, right? You move it like this, and you have a wave that's coming up at the same time that a wave is coming down from the same source. They cancel each other out, and you get all kinds of weird, like your kick drum just suddenly sounds all thin and all hollow and not very good, right? Because you have the sound waves that are actually fighting each other. So the signal that's going, you have phase cancellation. Very good, Fried, exactly. And it's really, really tricky with a live drum kit, and you got to go in and kind of play around with your phase a little bit, which I'll show you how to do. It creates anomalies, and really it just makes things sound really thin and hollow, and it robs like punch and transient, attack from things. But what you can do is most DAWs will have a utility tool of some kind, like it's called Mix Tool in Studio One. So, and sometimes it's called Mix Utility, sometimes it's it's called different things, but it's just a little basic tool that will give you a phase invert, and the symbol for it is a little circle with a little slash through it, like a 0 with the circle. go through your drum microphones, particularly on your kick drum and on your snare drum, and play with your phase. Utility on Ableton. Okay, great. Yeah, I thought it was called Utility on Ableton. I couldn't remember off the top of my head. And play with your phase a little bit. And you'll want to listen really critically to the drums. And I'd start with just your kick drum. Put that little phase tool, Utility in Ableton, on your drums and listen to all the mics together. Listen to your whole drum mix and flip the phase back and forth. And you'll hear one of the two ways your kick drum is going to sound better. Then repeat that process for your snare drum and listen to your snare drum in with the overheads and flip the phase on the top and bottom microphone. And you're going to, just through a little bit of trial and error, get it to a place where it sounds really good. It can be hard to look at the waveforms and figure it out, so you don't need to really worry about that. Everything is in the same frequency, isn't all sitting in the middle. Yeah, so that for panning, yes, absolutely. Hameda's doing a really good job with panning here. The lead vocal is nice and in the center. The background vocals are pushed out to the side. The acoustic guitars are pushed out to the side. The piano is very centered, and the bass is very centered. That's exactly where I would position everything in a mix if I were working on this song.
They only helped you out for something sweet on the side.
Hameda, if you would be, also thanks to the panning room. Yeah, for sure. Hameda, if you would be interested, hit me up on Discord. I would be happy to do a one-on-one session with you to talk about mixing a track like this.
There's only so much help
If that would be something that's of interest to you.
you can let these comments slide. Cast of nights, she's our firefly.
Yeah, but like when I'm listening to it, mostly what I'm hearing is like the drums could overall be just stronger, so a little more compression. I'm wondering if you have a little phase issue with your kick or your snare because the kick's very quiet, so a little bit more, a little bit more kick, and then checking that phase thing, and then mastering is another one. Oh, thank you, super. Mastering is another thing that's really going to help this track shine. Yeah, so bass, I will tell you, with bass, compress the ever-loving shit out of your bass. That's really like the trick to when you're working with live, like with real bass especially. I will use multiple compressors on bass. Like typically I will use like a really fast compressor that grabs peaks. I will then use a stronger compressor that rides the whole thing and really holds it down. And then I will even use like Bass Rider from Waves. And just absolutely glue the damn thing in place. Here, let me play bass for a second and I'll show you what I mean. Because this is going to be really, really helpful for you. And you probably kind of ended up doing this already on your own naturally. It's less... I treat bass really, it's more about live bass, like real basses, is really where you want to do this. Synth bass is not as much because synths are a little bit more, they're like, you know, naturally less dynamic. But here, I'll just sort of jam on a, doesn't really matter. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, whatever. So you can see that is a pretty dynamic signal, right? We've got, I know, me too, Fried. That's crazy. Nobody wants a sub from Fried? Come on, you guys. That's craziness. I think people are too busy taking notes, I guess. So here, let's just loop this for a second real quick here. And I already have compression here. Yeah, so this already, in this preset that I'm using, has 2 compressors. It's got a VC160, which is like a DBX 160 emulation, doing upwards of 10 dB. And then I have the solid bus compressor on it, doing additional compression. So you've got 2 compressors writing there, both like not doing crazy amounts of gain, but each doing like the first one's doing about 10 dB of gain reduction. Second one's doing like 3 to 5. So those are both just clamping that signal down and making it really, really, really locked in place. And then above and beyond that, I use this thing called Bass Rider from Waves, which is like, it's not a compressor. It's like an automation. So it's literally just like a fader. And you can hear how just absolutely locked down the bass is now. And that's going to sit like, it is Vocal Rider for bass. It's exactly the same thing. It's just optimized for bass. Works great on guitar too. Hardly. I mean, I appreciate it. But yeah. That's usually how I go about treating rock bass. So, more compression equals better isn't exactly like a fair thing to say, but you want to compress the snot out of bass. And I think the bass actually sits quite well in this mix. I can hear it pretty clearly. And I love your bass player. He's having a great time, and that makes me very happy. Oh, thanks, Brad. I mean, I've been doing it professionally for like 16 years now, so I've learned a thing or two. That's why I'm here. I like to share. That little faded on the vocal is really cool too. So anyways, yeah, I think more compression on the drums. Check and phase on that kick. Just working on the drum tone a little bit would get you a long way. And then especially on music like this, I always really strongly recommend bringing in a mastering engineer. It does not cost that much money. I would be happy to master for you if you wanted. I usually charge like $30, $50 a track, if even that, depending on how long the record is. Because I can do it, I can do a whole record in a couple of hours usually. But it just, mastering really brings everything up to kind of its fullest possible potential. And it also gets you a new set of ears on the project, who understands industry standards and volumes and all that stuff, but also hasn't been working through the whole process, and they can kind of listen to it fresh and do stuff with it. So whether it's me or not, I think it would be wise to use a proper mastering person.
I'm under no illusion. I'm here because
But for being new, it sounds great. You did a great job. What microphone are you using on your voice, by the way? Is it a SM58? I would imagine it's an SM50. Sounds like a 58 to me. Which is fine. I'm just curious. It sounds pretty good. Thank you, Birdland. Keeping me watered. Extremely important. So yeah. Aston Stealth. Okay. Very cool.
you said it's time.
I haven't thought about Aston mics in forever. Facts, a lot of people really don't understand how ear fatigue works. Absolutely, 100%. Definitely a thing. Yeah, Astons are great, man. I used to have an Aston Origin years ago. It was a great little mic. It was excellent. It sounded really, really nice.
To complete it.
So yeah, great song. You sound phenomenal. It's just, mixing stuff. Just mixing stuff. So great job though. And thank you very much for sharing. And I can't wait to hear how the rest of the record comes out. I think it's gonna be very cool. So thank you, Hamada, very much for sharing. I hope some of that stuff was helpful. But let's move on to our last feedback for the day before I get out of here and go eat some dinner from Fried Thoughts, new friend of the channel. And somebody hit him up for, if he's trying to give away subs, get at him for subs. You fulfill Fried's desire to give away subs, and you also help support the channel. Problem I also have is that this room is not treated, which I'm going to fix. Okay, for sure, I am going to. I also have definite thoughts on how you can treat rooms for very, very cheap. Long story short, put blankets up on the walls. Just get big, thick comforters, as many as you can, and put them on the walls. That's like the easiest and cheapest and quickest way to help rooms enormously. Beyond that, lean a mattress up against a wall as a base trap. For vocals, if you have a walk-in closet full of clothes, perfect place to record your vocals. You can do an enormous amount of acoustic treatment for very, very cheap. Very, very, very easily. Without having, whatever you do, don't get the foam things, the little thin foam squares. They're a lie. They're a complete lie. They don't do a goddamn thing. I can explain why they don't do anything if anybody wants. Big, thick, heavy comforters, blankets, moving blankets. That's what you want. Because unless you can have a really, really nice, like really good proper treatment, like built into things, stuff like what's behind me, this big diffuser back here, those foam squares do nothing. And you want to take, the idea is that you just want to take the room out of the equation. You want the room to be really dead and dry because you're trying to eliminate flutter echo, right? Those like nasty, clangy, when you go into like an empty room in an apartment and clap and it's like clang, that's what you're trying to get rid of. So blankets. Blankets are better than foam squares. They don't look as sexy. The foam squares look awful cool, but we don't use the foam squares. They're a total ripoff. Before you play my track, the second one I submitted, you will never guess where and how the vocals are recorded. Well, let me know which one we want, because we typically only do one track per user per stream. Cover my whole room with thick foam. Thick foam is okay. I mean the cheapo, like Amazon ones that you get that's like 25 for $10 or whatever. That stuff it's a total ripoff. Yes, it definitely gets hot. All studios get hot, especially in summer, because air movement equals sound movement, right? And so you can tell if your room is treated well if it gets hot. Actually, that's actually a pretty useful litmus test. Just makes it suck to work in. Anyways, thanks again for sharing, Hamada. Get at me in Discord. We can chat more about it if there's a way I can help further. This stuff is very in my wheelhouse. I've worked on a lot of records like this. So, okay. Fried Thoughts. What instruments do you play? None. That's okay. You work at Ableton and Logic. Very good. Dubstep improvements where necessary. I'm assuming you said, I think you were putting stuff in the Discord, which is excellent. So yeah, it looks like you put 2. Do you want me to do the first one or the second one? Let me know, and it shall be so. It is 100% up to you. And while we are waiting, let me think the next thing. You play almost every... Oh, okay. Excellent. Awesome. Hey, me too. I love playing instruments. Very, very good. Little Voice. Is that this one? Oh, no, that's Critical Error. Hear the Hamada to hear the vocal mix on the second one. Okay, let's listen to the second one. I'm a Boss, work in progress.
Vroom. Pull up every daylight. Boom, boom. Feeling it every time I put the bass.
No, don't play. You dropped the wrong links. Okay. Fair enough. I'm keeping my eyes on the Discord. All good. It happens to the best of us. Man, such great tracks for everybody today. This has been just awesome, and a ton of new friends and followers and friends. Okay, tonight is the night. All right, here we go.
Your soul, horizon forward, surprising. Whoa, God bless your soul, God bless your soul. Tonight is the night, take it all from me. They scary and bite, but it's what I need. They show me the signs, now I'm on my knees. It's all in my mind, awful can't miss. If I'm being straight up, it might all be made up. Tonight is the night I can find what I'm made of. Holy smokes and moldy, yeah, fully far from holy, yeah. Caught me at my lowest, that's the moment where they sold me, yeah.
Let's go now.
Vocals sound super nice. Where and how were they recorded? Was it some hilarious, like it's an iPhone or something?
I already sacrificed my soul.
It certainly doesn't sound like that. It sounds like a good quality mic.
What do they want from me? Wanted me to lose my control. I can't believe why was this summer so cold? That we're gonna see, and now I'm picking myself up. I cannot fit myself. It's killing me and not my head. I cut my hands off. Sacrifice my soul. I got my dead thoughts. If I'm being straight up, it might all be made up. Tonight is the night I can find what I'm made of. Holy smokes and moldy, yeah. Fully far from holy, yeah. Caught me at my lowest, that's the moment where they sold me, yeah.
For sure. Wow, that's impressive. They sound really nice. Great job, like EQing them. Great guitar tone. I love that trem on there. Really, really nice job, man. Really, really nice job. Vocal is sitting really well. Sounds really nice. And, wow, nice, man. Yeah, your sound design's great. I love all the choices that you've made with the sounds. My only point of feedback on this is 4 years ago, so not, I guess, not the most useful or productive thing in the world. But the only thing that's sticking out to me is the kick. Just the kick itself is pretty loud. If I were working on this mix now, or you were working on this mix now, I would say bring your kick back 3 to 4 dB, and then compress your master just a skosh more, and you'll get a lot more lift out of the other elements of the track, because the really, really nice mix, but there's just like the kick is just kind of like doing this in your hole. It's like a little like boop popping out of the mix a little bit more than it probably needs to.
Sacrifice my soul, I got my damn where they
Other than that, that was gorgeous. Listen here. Wow, very nice, man. Very, very good. I love it. And I would love to hear more of your recent stuff. But we will have to. You'll have to come back. You'll just have to come back now, won't you? Which please do, because I always love hearing stuff. Like I said earlier, I stream Monday through Friday, 2 p.m. Eastern time in the U.S. And first hour or so of stream pretty much every day is feedback for whoever wants it, and then we get into doing my production work, which we have plenty of exciting projects. We've got more stuff for Salvage coming up, got more stuff for the point and click game coming up. We've got that sync piece that I've been working on with my buddy, that Fade to Gray tune, which we were working on. And it's looking like we might have a couple of new game contracts. We're crossing our fingers and hoping that there will be more new game contracts on the horizon. I am actively pursuing some leads, so we shall see on that front. But yeah, great track, man. I really, really like it. If this is where you are at a year in, you have my definitive stamp of approval, and I would love to see or hear where you're at now, 4 years later. But on that note, I am going to go ahead and wrap up for today. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. This has been an absolute delight. Big shout out. I did drink water, super. I'll drink even more. We love it. Yes, very long stream. Thank you, Jekla. I appreciate it, man. No, big shout out to new followers, Fried Thoughts on the YouTube side, Sufesh and Mr. Scruggs, Quite Vice Music, TJ, Oren, Opal, ASAP Sly, Pravdar. I can't remember what that guy's name was. Chemist. Thank you, Sub, for the gifted, or thank you, Super, for the gifted. And I guess Fried, if you're insistent, you can just gift a sub to the channel if you really want to. That's always deeply appreciated. No, thank you, Hameda. Thank you guys for hanging out. I very much appreciate it. So I hope you guys have an excellent night, evening, afternoon, morning, whatever it is, wherever you're at. We will be back. Not next week. I'm out next week doing family holiday stuff. But Monday, what day is a week from Monday? Like 29th-ish, something like that. Let me look at my calendar. So I can give you guys an exact date. I will be back on... Come here. Oh, for the love of God. Calendar app. What is your problem? Month. Here we go. We'll be back on the 28th of December. Will be the next... Sorry, 29th. 29th will be the next... will be the next stream. So you guys have a great Christmas, great holiday, whatever your situation is. And we will see you on the 29th. Much love. I'll see you guys all soon. Jump in the Discord. All the good stuff. See you guys soon. Bye.